Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ed Flynn. I am the City Council President. Viewers can watch the City Council meeting live on YouTube by visiting boston.gov/citycouncil-tv. I'd like to ask my colleagues and those in the audience to please silence your cell phones, electronic devices. Thank you. I'd also like to ask us all to be respectful of each other. Do not disrupt the meeting while you're here. If you are disruptive, you will also be asked to leave, and if you fail to comply, you might be escorted out. Please also note that according to City Council rules, there are no signs allowed in the chamber. Mr. Clerk, will you please call the roll to ascertain the presence of a quorum?
Councilor Arroyo. Councilor Baker.
Yeah.
Councilor Braden. Councilor Coletta. Councilor Fernandez Anderson. Councilor Flaherty. Councilor Flynn.
Here.
Councilor Lara. Councilor Louisiane.
Present.
Councilor Mejia. Councilor Murphy. And Councilor Worrell. A quorum is present, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I have been informed by the clerk that a quorum is present. Mr. Clerk, can you reflect the record that Councilor Worrell is present?
Yes.
This week's clergy is being introduced by City Councilor Kendra Lara. City Councilor Lara, will you please come to the podium and introduce our clergy for today?
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, President Flynn. I am very excited to introduce Reverend Abigail Heinrich, correct? Beautiful, from the Stratford Street United Church in West Roxbury. Reverend Abby is the Stratford Street Church is an outwardly traditional church in West Roxbury that is experimenting with mission-based ministry. This church unloads and distributes 12,000 pounds of food a week, partnering with local organizations to end food insecurity. They also welcome everyone and anyone, from dogs to noisy kids, something that I very much personally enjoy, and all LGBTQ plus persons into their faith community. Abby is a graduate of Princeton Theological Seminary and Colgate University. She's married to a theologian who brought her to Boston over 20 years ago. Together, they are rearing their 3 children here. Abby spends a great deal of time doing dishes and packing lunches. She's a collector of stories, a baker, lover of everything dogs, babies, and chickens, and is a devoted but terrible knitter. Mostly, Abby is just a human, wondering how to live a purposeful life in the 21st century. Abigail and the Stratford Street Church is an absolute gift to have in West Roxbury, and I am incredibly honored not only to have you here today, but to be their representative. Thank you, Reverend.
I have a shameless plug for my university. I just had a 25th reunion at Colgate. It's the best place on earth. And while I was there, I was with a whole bunch of people in my class. We were talking about where we were from, and I was bragging about my city. And I don't think my guess is that you all are not thanked enough. You are told what you're doing wrong or what you need to do, but I hope that you hear that there are lots of us who are grateful for what you do. And I was bragging about all of you, so thank you. Because I'm assuming there isn't a lot of power or prestige or money that comes with this job. It may seem like it, but there isn't, and I know it as a public servant as well. And I'm very cognizant that I come from the Christian tradition, but I am so grateful that in Boston we have lots of traditions together. So let us be in a spirit of prayer, connecting with that which is our source of gratitude and strength for what we do. Let's pray. Oh, Spirit, we need you to keep us going, because on a lot of days we are overwhelmed and weary. Remind us again that you will see us through so we may be about your good work. Bless these counselors and the work that they do for our city, remembering always that every voice matters. We pray all of these things In the Creator's name, amen.
Could you please join us in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance. Thank you, Councilor Lara, for inviting Reverend Abby for inspiring words. Thank you, Reverend, for being with us. Mr. Clerk, could you ensure the record is reflected to note that City Councilor Tanya Fernandez Anderson is present? Can you reflect the record that City Councilor Arroyo is present? We have two presentations today. I'm going to ask my colleague, City Councilor Louis-Jean, Councilor Louis-Jean, to come up for the first presentation, and then I'm going to ask Councilor Fernandez Anderson to follow. I would ask, as I did in my opening statement, if people could not have signs in the room. I'm going to ask the residents on my left-hand side if you can take down those signs. I'll give you 15 seconds. At this time, I would like to call Councilor Louis-Jean to the podium and introduce our first group.
Thank you, President Flynn. This morning I had the highlights of this job is visiting our young kids in all of our schools across the city. This morning I had the privilege of visiting South Boston Catholic Academy after meeting Sloan and her parents and the incredible work that they've been doing in the President's District. So just wanted to say hello to them, and if they wanted to come down and take a photo with the City Council, they're the student council at the South Boston Catholic Academy, who work every day to make their school better, just like we work every day to make this city better. So if you want to come down, and you can take a picture with the City Council. So we welcome you all down, and thank you to the teachers and the paras who prepared the visit.
Could our colleagues please join us for a photo? And I would also like to ask Councilor Flaherty, a graduate of this school as well, if he could offer a couple words.
Father Casey, 1915 collection. As someone who had served on the student council at that school, hopefully some folks are aspiring to be a member of the Boston City Council or run for public office at some point in their life. So congratulations on the great work being supported by your peers and classmates, and all the best for continued success. And make sure you study hard. Thank you.
Say cheese. Why do I say cheese?
Catholic Academy.
Say council, council. All right, where's the lunch?
See you guys.
Thank you to the South Boston Catholic Academy and their teachers for being here. And if anyone is interested in running for City Council, you should run for at-large. Run against Flaherty. Sometimes you have to have fun in this place, too. At this time, I would like to ask my colleague, City Councilor Tanya Fernandez Anderson, to please come to the podium. Okay. That's no problem, Councilor. Okay.
Oh, yes. Council President Flynn said I'd give the best speeches out of all the councilors.
Yeah.
No. Good afternoon, everyone. Today I'm here in recognition of many things. Most importantly, the children that just left us. Thank you so much, Councilor Lujan. That was very special. But also wanted to recognize, as I call them, my people. Don't listen to Councilor Mejia, okay? You're here for me. Who are standing across, and Councilor Lara or Lujan, you're here for me. Thank you. Thank you. Of course, the LGBTQ community, very near and dear to my heart, and all those in the crowd. But today is a special moment, a special day, because we are talking all budget things today. So I'd like to recognize the Better Budget Alliance today for their amazing work, their commendable advocacy for participatory budgeting. This resolution that I filed, which you'll find in your records, acknowledges the Better Budget Alliance and its esteemed steering committee consisting of Families for Justice as Healing, Right to the City, Boston Youth Justice and Power Union, Boston Ujima Project, National Council for Formerly Incarcerated Women and Girls, and the Center for Economic Democracy. Their passion and unwavering belief in the power of participatory budget have inspired and empowered countless individuals, ensuring that diverse voices are heard and that the resources are allocated in the manner that addresses the needs and aspirations of the community. Their collective efforts have laid the foundation for more than just equitable society, emphasizing the importance of collaboration and democratic principles in sharing our fiscal priorities. The resolution proudly acknowledges and commends their tireless advocacy, recognizing them as champions of participatory budget and agents of positive change. I also would like to recognize the youth that have been working with them, the Muslim Justice League, and so many others. And I'd like to recognize my councilor colleagues who have been doing this work prior to me even dreaming about politics. Councilor Lara, Councilor Lujan, Councilor Mejia, who I know just off the top of my head, Councilor Arroyo, who've been working on this previous to my term here, but also on the advocacy level in community. I'd like to ask you to please acknowledge, it's in the consent agenda, but please acknowledge what the community has asked for. And today, I will be asking you shortly to vote on amendments that reflect those specific asks that community has spoken, and we should listen. That speaks, of course, to all of our amendments, and we all have advocacy points or positions. And today, I hope to be doing just that. But first, I'd like to bring up the Better Budget Alliance here. We're not supposed to clap, but I would really like to just say congratulations for all your work. I thank you, and I look forward to working with you. Oh, but we should clap anyway. Oh, thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Well, this was unexpected. My name is Eliza Parad. I am from the Center for Economic Democracy and here with other folks who should still come up. Annie, Vicki, George, just calling out some other folks in the room. But we really appreciate this acknowledgement and the partnership of the City Council. We're really looking forward to making budgeting more transparent, more inclusive, and a process that many, many, many thousands of residents will enthusiastically be engaging in, sharing their ideas and their hopes and dreams for the city, their solutions to the problems that they're facing, and working alongside city staff from all departments and City Council to make a budget that works for everyone. So we appreciate this, and we look forward to hearing the budget vote shortly and supporting the priorities that people have been advocating for. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Can we do a picture, please?
Can my colleagues please join us?
George, wait, we're waiting for George.
I don't dislike you.
Ian, you might want to step aside so they can take pictures. Thanks, Ian. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks, Councilman.
Thank you. Frank.
Hey, Kevin. How are you? Good.
Didn't know about presentations.
Thanks, Frank. We're on to the first order of business, which is the approval of the minutes. Seeing and hearing no discussion on the matter, the chair moves to approve the minutes from the last meeting as presented. All those in favor of approving the minutes from the last meeting, say aye. All opposed, say nay. Thank you. The minutes of the last meeting stand as approved. Communications from Her Honor the Mayor. Mr. Clerk, please read docket 1012.
Docket number 1012, message disapproving amended docket number 0627, ordinance to make Boston City Council's webpage on the Boston City website more resourceful and accessible, passed by the City Council on May 10th, 2023.
Thank you. Councilor Fernandez-Anderson, were you wishing to speak on this matter, or should I just place it in the rules? The chair recognizes Councilor Fernandez-Anderson. Councilor Fernandez-Anderson, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to make a few quick remarks. As you know, we voted to pass this ordinance a few weeks ago. Pursuant to the charter, the council must wait at least 7 days to take action on a veto, but I wanted to say that I intend to ask all of you to vote with me to override this veto. This ordinance establishes standards for the City Council webpage and suggests that certain information be included. I do not believe that, and in fact, I know I'm certain that that this ordinance does not violate 17G as cited in the veto message, and it does not seek to interfere with the mayor's authority to oversee departments. It is not specifically or asking anything of the executive body, nor does it issue any directives to the executive branch. As acknowledged in the veto message, the ordinance simply codifies something that is otherwise internal to the council. While there are multiple ways to accomplish these ends, an ordinance was purposeful choice, for me at least, to ensure that these web pages standards outlast our time on the council. I look forward to your vote, your support in the following week on this to, hopefully in the coming weeks, I'll be pulling it out of sheets in order for us to vote on it. Thank you so much, Mr. President, for allowing me to speak on it.
Thank you, Councilor Fernandez Anderson. This matter will be referred to the Committee on Rules and Administration. Mr. Clerk, can you please read docket 1013?
Docket number 1013, message in order authorizing the City of Boston to accept and expend the amount of $543,112 in the form of a grant for the fiscal year 23 Safe and Successful Youth Initiative for a period of 3 years, awarded by the Mass Executive Office of Health and Human Services to be administered by the Police Department. The grant will fund a comprehensive interagency strategy that connects law enforcement, employment, education, public health, and youth development agencies to reduce youth violence in the Commonwealth.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Flaherty, the chair of the Committee on Public Safety, Criminal Justice. Councilor Flaherty, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. As mentioned, this grant would fund a comprehensive interagency strategy that connects law enforcement, employment, education, public health, and youth development agencies to reduce youth violence in the city. It's awarded by the Mass Executive Office of Health and Human Services to be administered by the Boston Police Department. The BPD contracts with the Boston Public Health Commission. It's a program lead agency which coordinates delivery of intervention services to those identified as proven risk young men and women, while also providing intensive case management and outreach. The SSYI case managers at BPHC refer the clients to partnering community organizations offering behavioral health counseling, employment, and educational service. Time is of the essence for these very precious funds as we head into the summer months. So as chair, moving for suspension and passage of this grant. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilor Flaherty. Councilor Flaherty seeks suspension and passage of this docket 1013. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. This docket is passed. Mr. Clerk, can you read docket 1014?
Docket number 1014, message in order authorizing the City of Boston to accept and expend the amount of $263,086 in the form of a grant for the federal fiscal year 23 Title III-C Nutrition Services Program, awarded by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, passed through the Mass Executive Office of Elder Affairs, to be administered by the H. Strong Commission. The grant will fund the nutrition services for old adults in the City of Boston. Those services are enhanced by the Federal Nutrition Services Incentive Program and State Elder Lunch Program grants.
The chair recognizes Councilor Worrell. Councilor Worrell, you have the floor.
Thank you, Council President Flynn. The money awarded aligns with city, state, and federal goals to ensure all constituents have access to affordable broadband connections. The $250,000 will be used to connect up to 86,000 residents with a focus on Dorchester, Roxbury, Mattapan, East Boston, and Hyde Park. These funds represent a significant win for the city, allowing us to address long-standing equity issues while building a more competitive city. Given the impending summer break and full calendar until that point, I ask that we suspend and pass this grant. Thank you.
we take a brief recess? We're back in session. This docket 1014 will be signed to the Committee on Strong Women, Families, and Communities. Mr. Clerk, we're on to docket 1015, please.
Docket number 1015, message in order authorizing the City of Boston to accept and expend the amount of $250,000 in the form of a grant for Affordable Connectivity Outreach Program awarded by the Federal Communications Commission to be administered by the Department of Innovation and Technology. The grant will fund citywide outreach to connect up to 86,000 residents to broadband.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Council Worrell. Council Worrell, you have the floor.
Well, this is the grant I was talking about, everyone. So I recommend we suspend and pass this grant. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Worrell. Council Worrell, the chair of the Committee on City Services, Innovation, Technology, seeks suspension and passage of this docket 1015. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. This docket is passed. Mr. Clerk, we're on to docket 1016 through 1019. Would you read those together, Mr. Clerk?
Docket number 1016, message in order authorizing the City of Boston to accept and expend the amount of $36,322 in the form of a grant for the federal fiscal year 23 Title IIIA, awarded by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, passed through the Mass Executive Office of Elder Affairs, to be administered by the H. Strong Commission. The grant will fund costs for administration of Title III programs. Docket number 1017, message in order authorizing the City of Boston to accept and expend the amount of $31,368 in the form of a grant for the fiscal year 23 Title IIIB Supportive Services, awarded by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, passed through the Mass Executive Office of Elder Affairs, to be administered by the H. Strong Commission. The grant will fund home-based support services for older adults in the City of Boston. Docket number 1018, message in order authorization for the City of Boston to accept and expend the amount of $6,712 in the form of a grant for fiscal year 23 Title IIIE Family Caregiver Support Program, awarded by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, passed through the Mass Executive Office of Elder Affairs, to be administered by the H. Strong Commission. The grant will fund caregiver services for older adults in the City of Boston. And docket number 1019, message in order authorization of the City of Boston to accept and expend the amount of $5,363 in the form of a grant for federal fiscal year 23, Title IIID, Disease Prevention and Health Promotion, awarded by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, passed through the Mass Executive Office of Elder Affairs, to be administered by the H. Strong Commission. The grant will fund services that assist older adults in Boston to prevent illness and manage chronic conditions.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Council Braden. Council Braden, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dockets 1016 through 1019 contain 4 grants totaling $79,765, which will be administered by the H. Strong Commission. These funds were awarded by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and were passed through the State Executive Office of Elder Affairs. As already mentioned, they are funds, various Title III funds, including nutritional services, administrative costs, home-based support services, caregiver services, illness prevention. These are modest sums, and I seek to suspend the rules and pass dockets 1016, 1017, 1018, and 1019. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilor Braden. Councilor Braden, the chair of Strong Women, Families, and Communities, seeks passage of these 4 dockets. Will vote on each docket individually. Councilor Braden seeks suspension and passage of docket 1016. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. This docket has passed. Councilor Braden seeks suspension and passage of docket 1017. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. This docket has passed. Councilor Braden seeks suspension and passage of docket 1018. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. This docket has passed. Councilor Braden, the chair of the Strong Women, Families, and Communities, seeks suspension of passage of docket 1019. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. This docket has passed. We're on to reports of public offices and others. Mr. Clerk, please read docket 1020 through 1039 together.
Docket number 1020, notice was received from the mayor of the appointment of Trin Nguyen as ex officio member of the Task Force on Literacy Rates, effective immediately. Docket number 1021, notice was received from the mayor of the appointment of Papa Diop as an ex officio member of the Task Force on Literacy Rates, effective immediately. Docket number 1022, notice was received from the mayor of the appointment of Lori Davila as a member of the Task Force on Literacy Rates, effective immediately. Docket number 1023, notice was received from the mayor of the appointment of David Leonard as an ex officio member of the Task Force on Literacy Rates, effective immediately. Docket number 1024, notice was received from the mayor of the appointment of Leslie Miller as ex officio member of the Task Force on Literacy Rates, effective immediately. Docket number 1025, notice was received from the mayor of the appointment of Nicole Simeon as a member of the Task Force on Literacy Rates, effective immediately. At docket number 1026, notice was received from the mayor of the appointment of Xiomara Gomez as a member of the Task Force on Literacy Rates, effective immediately. Docket number 1027, notice was received from the mayor of the appointment of Yerusalem Brun as a member of the Task Force on Literacy Rates, effective immediately. Docket number 1028, notice was received from the mayor of the appointment of Manuel Coronado as a member of the Task Force on Literacy Rates, effective immediately. Docket number 1029, notice was received from the mayor of the appointment of Dr. Edith Brazil as a member of the Task Force on Literacy Rates, effective immediately. Docket number 1030, notice was received from the mayor of the appointment of Stephen Hunter as a member of the Task Force on Literacy Rates, effective immediately. Docket number 1031, notice was received from the mayor of the appointment of Lee Holler as a member of the Task Force on Literacy Rates, effective immediately. Docket number 1032, notice was received from the mayor of the appointment of Julia Mejia as an ex officio member of the Task Force on Literacy Rates, effective immediately. Then docket number 1033, notice was received from the mayor of the appointment of Monique Tu Nguyen as an ex officio member of the Task Force on Literacy Rates, effective immediately. Docket number 1034, communication was received from the city clerk of the filing of the Boston Planning and Development Agency regarding a certificate of vote of the authority adopted on May 11, 2023, approving and adopting the report and decision on the application of Morrissey Boulevard 121A Limited Partnership for approval pursuant to General Laws, Chapter 121A, Section 18C, for consent to form an urban redevelopment limited partnership for the purpose of acquiring and rehabilitating the property known as 900 Morrissey Boulevard for affordable housing. Docket number 1035, Notice was received from the Police Commissioner pursuant to Section 16-63 of the City of Boston Municipal Code regarding ordinance on surveillance oversight and information sharing, reporting the department's use of First Alert public sector application under exigent circumstances for 30 days beginning on March 17, 2023. Notice, docket number 1036. Notice was received from the city clerk in accordance with Chapter 6 of the ordinances of 1979 relative to action taken by the mayor on papers acted upon by the city council at its meeting of May 10th, 2023. Docket number 1037. Notice was received from the city clerk in accordance with Chapter 6 of the ordinances of 1979 relative to action taken by the mayor on papers acted upon by the city council at its meeting of May 17th, 2023. Docket number 1038. Notice was received from the city clerk in accordance with Chapter 6 of the ordinances of 1979 relative to action taken by the mayor on papers acted upon by the city council at its meeting of May 24th, 2023. Docket number 1039. Notice was received from the City Council President Ed Flynn of the appointment of Councilor Michael Flaherty as the City Council Representative and Trustee to the Neighborhood Housing Trust for the 2023 calendar year.
Thank you. These dockets, 1020 through 1039, they will be placed on file. Mr. Clerk, please read docket 104. Oh, let me finish. Dockets 1020 through 1039 will be placed on file. The chair recognizes Council Baker.
Mr. President, just 1034 is for 121A, which is sort of a tax deal going into my district. I'd like to have a hearing on that particular matter, 1034, if possible. And I'll have it as quick as we need to have it.
Are you moving for reconsideration on the committee assignment?
Yes, I'd like to have that assigned to committee planning if possible.
Is there a second? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That docket, as requested by Council Baker 1034, will be assigned to Planning and Development.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Council Baker. We're on to docket 1040, Mr. Clerk.
Docket number 1040, communication from Chair Michael Flaherty of the Committee on the Community Preservation Act regarding the appointments to the Community Preservation Committee.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Council Flaherty, the chair of the Committee on Community Preservation. Council Flaherty, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee held a hearing on May 30th regarding interviews for appointments to the CPC. All the individuals had qualifications and experience to serve on the CPC. In making the 4 appointments, the council must consider the experience of the individuals, including business expertise, civic engagement, as well as racial, socioeconomic, and geographic diversity of the city, along with any potential conflicts of interest. By the chair, the Committee on Preservation Act, I am recommending the following individuals be confirmed by the council as members of the Community Preservation Committee for a term of 3 years: Ann Sanders, Darian Leda, Fundy Tran, and Robert Whitney, and look for passage from my colleagues. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Council Flaherty. Council Flaherty, the chair of the Committee on Community Preservation Act, seeks acceptance of the committee report and confirmation of these appointments. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The appointments have been confirmed. We're going on to matters recently heard for possible action. Mr. Clerk, can you please read docket 0378 into the record?
Docket number 0378, order for a hearing to increase pay for municipal officers.
The chair recognizes Councilor Tanya Fernandez-Anderson. Councilor Fernandez-Anderson, you have the floor.
Thank you. Mr. President, if you will indulge me, I would like to remain seated because it's going to be a while.
That's fine,
All right.
Councilor Fernandez-Anderson.
Thank you.
Okay. Councilor Fernandez-Anderson, are you speaking on your resolution first?
Yes.
Okay. That's a late file. We do have to,
Okay.
we do have to
Get
read
people out of the
that.
way? Okay, no problem. Have it, I think Ron is going to pass it out first?
Yep, okay.
Okay.
What? I think so. And then- Yeah, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Council Fernandez-Anderson, before you speak, I'm going to ask the clerk to read parts of it into the record, and then we will take a vote on it to add it into the agenda since it is a late file.
Thank you.
Mr. Clerk?
Late file order offered by Councilor Fernandez-Anderson and Councilor Ed Flynn. A resolution supporting a pay increase for the officers of the Boston Municipal Protective Services. Whereas the Boston Municipal Protective Service play a vital role in ensuring the safety and security of our city and its residents. And be it resolved that the City Council and the City of Boston acknowledge and support the Boston Municipal Protective Service's need for an increase in compensation and suggest an expanded budget for this fiscal year. How we have to accept?
Yeah. Would anyone like to second this? Second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Oppose? This now has been added into the agenda. This late file matter has been added into the agenda. The clerk the chair calls on Councilor Fernandez-Anderson. Councilor Fernandez-Anderson, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to add Councilor Worrell as a co-sponsor to this resolution.
Hearing no objection, Councilor Worrell is added. The chair recognizes Councilor Fernandez-Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Boston Municipal Protective Services play a crucial role in maintaining public safety and protecting the well-being of residents and visitors. Members of the Boston Municipal Protective Services are not just law enforcement or emergency responders. They are community builders and ambassadors. They engage with residents, attend public events, and foster positive relationships. By providing a pay increase, we can support their involvement in community initiatives, reinforcing trust and cooperation between the public and protective services. A pay increase would also recognize their invaluable contribution and dedication to public service. Like many other metropolitan areas, Boston has experienced a significant increase in cost of living, from housing to daily expenses, and financial burden on protective services personnel has grown. A pay increase would help these dedicated professionals meet their basic needs and provide for their families without undue financial stress. In addition, without adequate remuneration, the risk of losing talented personnel to other jurisdictions or private sector opportunities is significant. So I'm asking my colleagues today to support us in voting for this resolution, just to acknowledge and again, and go on record in support of the pay increase that they so deserve. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilor Fernandez-Anderson. I'm not going to speak on this matter, but I'm going to call on Councilor Worrell as an original co-sponsor if you'd like to speak on this matter. The chair recognizes Councilor Worrell. Council Worrell, you have the floor.
Thank you, Council President Flynn, and thank you to the original co-sponsor, Councilor Tanya Fernandez-Anderson, and just want to say thank you to the municipal officers. You guys are the first face that we see when we walk into City Hall. You ensure our safety and show up when we call, whether it's CPR or a damsel in distress. You guys are there, and I just want to say thank you, and that we need to make sure that we're showing our values, and that our values are reflected in how we treat our city employees. So stand in support of this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Worrell. Would anyone else like to speak on this matter, or would anyone like to add their name? Before we add names, I would like to call on Councilor Louis-Jean. Councilor Louis-Jean, you have the floor.
Thank you. I just want to thank my colleagues for putting this matter forward, and I also want to thank the members of the MPS who came in, who spoke yesterday. It's not an easy task to come and talk about something so personal, but one of the things that's important about pay equity is about us sharing stories and about us coming forward so that we can get the work of equity right, and also make sure that we are raising the minimum wage and the salaries of our lowest paid workers here who do so much to the city. So shout out to Shemaya, Harriet, Kevin, Paul, Marvin offered public testimony, and Cologne, who were all here and offered public testimony, and offered testimony to support raising the wage, and just an example of why we need to raise the minimum wage for our lowest paid workers, and to potentially create a municipal minimum wage so that we can make sure everyone is making a living wage here in the city. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Louis-Jean. I would also, as an original co-sponsor, acknowledge the exceptional professionalism of these workers. It's the most diverse department in the city of Boston, and probably the lowest paid employees, union employees in the city of Boston. They're not looking for a handout, they're looking for respect, they're looking for dignity, they're looking to raise their family. Would anyone like to add their name? Please raise your hand. Mr. Clerk, please add Councilor Royal, Councilor Baker, Councilor Braden, Councilor Coletta, Councilor Flaherty, Councilor Lara, Councilor Louis-Jean, Councilor Mejia, Councilor Murphy. Councilor Tanya Fernandez-Anderson, Councilor Flynn, and Councilor Worrell seek acceptance of this motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. This says, Mr. Clerk, can we do a roll call vote, please?
Roll call vote on the resolution supporting pay increase for the officers of the Boston Municipal Protective Services. Councilor Baker. Councilor Arroyo. Yes. Councilor Arroyo, yes. Councilor Baker. Aye. Councilor Baker, aye. Councilor Braden. Yes. Councilor Braden, yes. Councilor Coletta. Yes. Councilor Coletta, yes. Councilor Fernandez-Anderson. Yes. Councilor Fernandez-Anderson, yes. Councilor Flaherty. Yes. Councilor Flaherty, yes. Councilor Flynn.
Yes.
Councilor Flynn, yes. Councilor Lara. Yes. Councilor Lara, yes. Councilor Louis-Jean. Yes. Councilor Louis-Jean, yes. Councilor Mejia. Councilor Mejia, C. Councilor Murphy. Yes. Councilor Murphy, yes. And Councilor Worrell. Yes. Councilor Worrell, yes. The resolution has received a unanimous vote in the affirmative.
Thank you. The resolution has passed. We're on to the matters recently heard for possible action. 038.
Yes.
Docket 0378. Mr. Clerk.
Docket number 0378, order for a hearing to increase the pay for municipal officers.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Worrell, the chair of the Committee on City Services, Innovation Technology. Councilor Worrell, you have the floor.
Thank you, Council President Flynn. The Committee on City Services and Innovation Technology hosted a hearing yesterday, Tuesday, June 6th at 2 p.m. In attendance were the sponsors, Councilor Fernandez-Anderson, co-sponsor Council President Flynn, Councilor Murphy, Councilor Baker, and Councilor Louis-Jean. And I'm also told that Councilor Flaherty was intended but had to leave for an emergency. Letters of absence were received from Councilor Braden, and an invitation declined on the part of the mayor's office. During this hearing, we were able to hear the struggles that many of our municipal officers face, issues ranging from childcare and scheduling to access to career advancement. one issue rose to the surface consistently was pay. While we know that many of our city employees are underpaid, municipal officers represent one of the lowest paid with significant responsibilities, often ones that may be life or death. I recommend that in this docket remain in committee, and that the city works to ensure that all employees, including and especially our municipal officers, receive fair and adequate pay. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Worrell. This docket will remain in committee. Mr. Clerk, we're on to docket 0760 through 0782. Yeah. And would you read all of them into the record, Mr. Clerk?
Docket number 0760, message in order for an annual appropriation and tax order for fiscal year 2024, filed in the office of the city clerk on April 10, 2023. Docket number 0761, message in order for annual appropriation for the school department for fiscal year 2024, filed in the office of the city clerk on April 10, 2023. Docket number 0762, message in order approving an appropriation of $40 million to the other post-employment benefits, also known as OPEB Liability Trust Fund, established under Section 20 of the Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 32B, filed by the Office of the City Clerk on April 10, 2023. Docket number 0763, message in order approving an appropriation of $1,800,000 from the city's capital grant fund to address the impact of transportation network services on municipal roads, bridges, and other transportation infrastructure, or any other public purpose substantially related to the operation of transportation network services in the city. Such funds will be transferred and credited to the Capital Grant Fund from revenue received from the Commonwealth Transportation Infrastructure Enhancement Trust Fund, filed in the office of the city clerk on April 10, 2023. Docket number 0764, message in order for your approval, an order authorizing the city of Boston to enter into one or more leases, lease purchase or installment sales agreements in fiscal year 2024 in the amount not to exceed $39 million. These funds are to be used by various city departments for the acquisition of equipment in furtherance of their respective governmental functions. The list of equipment includes computer equipment, hardware and software, motor vehicles and trailers, ambulances, firefighting equipment, office equipment, telecommunications equipment, photocopying equipment, medical equipment, school and educational equipment, school buses, parking meters, street lighting installation, traffic signal equipment, and equipment functionally related to and components of the foregoing, filed in the office of the city clerk on April 10, 2023. Docket number 0765, message in order approving an appropriation of $29,405,000 from the city capital grant fund in order to provide funding for various transportation and public realm improvements. The fund shall be credited to the capital grant fund from the parking meter fund, filed in the office of the city clerk on April 10, 2023. Docket number 0766, message in order authorizing an appropriation order in the amount of $27,500,000 from the surplus property disposition fund, credited to the capital fund for planning, design, and construction for projects, the animal shelter, Old State House, BHA decarbonization, and Harrison Ave, Boston Water and Sewer Commission operations, filed in the office of the city clerk on April 10, 2023. Docket number 0767, message in order for the approval and appropriation order in the amount of $657,110,000 for various capital improvement purposes for city departments, including the Boston Centers for Youth and Families, Department of Innovation and Technology, the Environment, Fire, Parks and Recreation, Police, Property Management, Public Works, and Transportation Departments. Mayor's Office of Housing, Mayor's Office of Arts and Culture, Boston Public Library, Boston Housing Authority, Boston Planning and Development Agency, and the Boston Public Health Commission, filed in the office of the city clerk on April 10th, 2023. Docket number 0768, message and order authorizing an appropriation in the amount of $328,160,000 for various capital improvement purposes for the Boston Public Schools, filed in the office of the city clerk on April 10th, 2023. Docket number 0769, message and order authorizing a limit for the Law Department revolving fund for fiscal year 2024 to purchase goods and services for repairs to city property. This revolving fund shall be funded by receipts from recoveries for damages to city property caused by third parties. The Law Department will be the only unit authorized to expend from the fund, and such expenditures shall be capped at $300,000. Docket number 0770, message and order authorizing a limit for the Mayor's Office of Tourism revolving fund for fiscal year 2024 to purchase goods and services to support events and programming on and around City Hall Plaza, to advance tourism and promote participation in public celebrations, civic and cultural events. This revolving fund shall be funded by receipts from payments for the use of City Hall Plaza pursuant to City of Boston Code Ordinance 11-7.14. The Mayor's Office of Tourism will be the only unit authorized to expend from the fund, and such expenditures shall be capped at $150,000. Docket number 0771, message and order authorizing a limit for the Mayor's Office of Arts and Culture revolving fund for fiscal year 2024 to purchase goods and services to support the operation of the Strand Theater. The revolving fund shall be funded by receipts from rental fees for the use of the Strand Theater. The Mayor's Office of Arts and Culture will be the only unit authorized to expend from the fund, and such expenditure shall be capped at $300,000. Docket number 0772, message and order authorizing a limit for the Mayor's Office of Arts and Culture revolving fund for fiscal year 2024 to purchase goods and services to support public art to enhance the public realm throughout the city of Boston. This revolving fund shall be funded by receipts from easements within the public way granted by the Public Improvement Commission. The Mayor's Office of Arts and Culture will be the only unit authorized to expend from the fund, and such expenditure shall be capped at $800,000. Docket number 0773, message and order authorizing a limit for the Distributed Energy Resource Revolving Fund for fiscal year 2024 to facilitate the purchase of offsets of greenhouse gas emissions, which shall be associated with a portion of the electricity consumed by the city annually, and to operate, maintain, monitor, and expand the city's existing solar arrays and Boston Public Schools combined heat and power facilities. This revolving fund shall be credited with any and all receipts from the sale of renewable and alternative energy certificates and demand response program revenues produced by combined heat and power units located at Boston Public Schools sites, and solar renewable energy certificates provided by the city's photovoltaic arrays. Receipts and resulting expenditures from this fund shall not exceed $150,000. Docket number 0774, message and order authorizing a limit for the Environment Conservation Commission revolving fund for fiscal year 2024 for the purpose of securing outside consultants, including engineers, wetland scientists, wildlife biologists, and other experts, in order to aid in the review of proposed projects to the Commission per the city's ordinance protecting local wetland and protecting climate change adaptation. The revolving fund shall be funded by receipts from fees imposed by the Commission for the purpose of securing outside consultants. The Environment Department will be the only department authorized to expend from the fund, and such expenditures shall be capped at $50,000. Docket number 0775, Message in order authorizing a limit for the Boston Centers for Youth and Families revolving fund for fiscal year 2024 to pay salaries and benefits of employees and to purchase supplies and equipment necessary to operate the City Hall childcare. This revolving fund shall be credited with any and all receipts from tuition paid by parents and guardians for children enrolled at the center. Receipts and resulting expenditures from this fund shall not exceed $900,000. Docket number 0776, message in order authorizing a limit for the Boston Public Schools revolving fund for fiscal year 2024 to repair and purchase Boston Public Schools computer technology, including computers, mobile devices, and instructional software. This revolving fund will be credited with any and all receipts from equipment sales and repair fees for Boston Public School technology. Receipts and resulting expenditures from this fund shall not exceed $1,750,000. Docket number 0777, message in order authorizing a limit for the Boston Public Schools revolving fund for fiscal year 2024 to support the maintenance and repair of Boston Public School facilities, including custodial and utility costs for extended building time, floor refinishing, landscaping, and building repairs. Receipts from lease, permit for use, and parking fees for Boston Public School facilities will be deposited in this fund. Boston Public Schools will be the only unit authorized to expend from the fund, and such expenditures shall not exceed $2,200,000. Docket number 0778, message in order authorizing a limit for the Boston Public Schools revolving fund for fiscal year 2024 for Boston Public Schools transportation costs, including bus and public transportation costs. This revolving fund shall be credited with revenue received by Boston Public School Department for the provisions of transportation to groups and entities for field trips and activities other than transportation to and from school. Receipts and resulting expenditures from this fund shall not exceed $100,000. Docket number 0779, message in order authorizing limit for the Boston Police Department revolving fund for fiscal year 2024 to pay salaries and benefits of employees and to purchase supplies and equipment necessary to operate the Boston Police Fitness Center. Revenue from this fund is derived from monthly membership fees. Receipts and resulting expenditures from this fund shall not exceed $125,000. Docket number 0780, message in order authorizing limit for the Boston Police Department revolving fund for fiscal year 2024 to support the K-9 units training program for officers and police dogs from non-City of Boston law enforcement agencies. The Special Operating Division will charge tuition and other fees to outside law enforcement agencies for the K-9 unit. The tuition and other fees by outside agencies will be used to purchase training equipment, certify instructors, update facilities, and provide funds for other training needs not otherwise budgeted. The Special Operations Division will be the only unit authorized to expend from the fund, and such expenditures shall be capped at $125,000. Docket number 0781, message in order authorizing the appropriation of $1,200,000 from the income of the George Francis Parkman Fund. The funds are to be expended under the direction of the Commissioner of Parks and Recreation for the maintenance and improvement of Boston Common and parks in existence since January 12, 1887. And docket number 0782, message in order approving the appropriation of $4,500,000 from the 21st Century Fund, also known as the Public, Educational, or Governmental PEG Access and Cable Related Fund pursuant to Section 53F and 3/4 of Mass General Laws, Chapter 44. The funds will be used to support PEG access services, to monitor compliance with the cable franchise agreement, and for preparation of renewal of the franchise license, filed in the Office of the City Clerk on April 10, 2023.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. The chair recognizes Councilor Fernandez Anderson, the chair of the Committee on Ways and Means, Council Fernandez-Anderson, you have the floor. Council Fernandez-Anderson, are you going to do each docket individually, and then we'll...
Yes, thank you,
Okay.
Mr. President. I would like to do that. First, I'd like to just give my opening statements, and then I will read in a different order, and I will specify the dockets as I read them.
That's perfect. Thank you, Council
And if it's
Fernandez.
okay with you and my colleagues, if I can sit down, because
That's perfect.
it's going to be a while. Okay.
That's perfect, yep.
Thank you. First and foremost, I would like to express my gratitude to each and every single one of you who are here today. Your participation is truly appreciated. Allow me to take a moment to reflect upon my tenure as chair of the Committee on Ways and Means. As the first Black councilwoman to assume the pivotal position, I have been bestowed with a remarkable opportunity to spearhead a budgetary process defined by an unwavering standard of transparency. I hope you'd agree. Over the past 3 months, my office has diligently organized an array of community budget workshops, town halls, and listening sessions, key initiatives that served as platforms for meaningful engagement between our community and city officials within the legislative framework. These initiatives have played a vital role in ensuring that the voices of our constituents are heard and implemented during the budgetary decision-making process. In my unwavering commitment to transparency, I have taken the initiative to host budget hearings in collaboration with Value community partners conducted across diverse neighborhoods throughout Boston. By doing so, I have sought to create an inclusive and participatory environment, encouraging active involvement from all corners of our city. Furthermore, I have championed the idea of conducting working sessions for the committee in the INL chamber rather than the Piemonte room. This change allows for the recording of these sessions, further advancing our objective of a truly transparent budget process. Beyond our efforts in budget-related community engagement, my dedicated team has diligently kept the community informed of the latest budget hearings and developments throughout various channels, including social media platforms, newsletters, and well-organized communication initiatives. In this vein, I would like to express my profound gratitude to the Better Budget Alliance once again, and its esteemed steering committee comprising, again, of Families for Justice of Healing, Right to the City, Boston Youth Justice and Power Union, Boston Ujima Project, National Council of Formerly Incarcerated Women and Girls, and the Center for Economic Democracy, and many others that I probably don't have the time to include today. In addition, I'd like to thank my council colleagues, for those who have Councilor Mejia, previous colleague, Councilor Lydia Edwards, and many others who have advocated on this participatory budget process. Their unwavering dedication and apologies, Councilor Bach. We wouldn't be here without the work of Councilor Bach. Their unwavering dedication and invaluable contributions have been instrumental in advancing the principles of participatory budgeting. Their commitment to empowering our community and championing the cause of participatory budgeting has greatly enriched our legislative process. It is through their collaboration and advocacy that we have been able to forge a path toward a more inclusive and democratic budgetary system. As such, the forthcoming budget amendments stand as a testament to the inclusive and cooperative approach we have embraced, blending community advocacy with the legislative process. These amendments aim to establish an equitable budget that effectively serves and represents the diverse constituents I am trusted to represent as well. Before I go any further, and there's much more to express, I I just wanted to take a moment to intentionally and sincerely thank Shane Pack, my, I would say, Ways and Means Committee liaison, and beyond that, a truly a hardworking man, full of integrity, professionalism, and I appreciate you deeply. And getting to know you in the budget season and working with you, you have been consistent, thorough, and just your wit and just your patience, and obviously, please don't bill me for the counseling sessions. I thank you so much for your work. And Karishma Chauhan, our budget analyst, we would not have such a, Karishma, we all moved an amendment last year proposing for a position for a budget analyst. In comes this young woman, budget analyst. She is fierce and just sharp. And she comes in with many experiences, but from the minute I met her, I think I shared with Michelle Goldberg that I said, she's smart. She talks too fast, but she's really smart. We want her here. And she did tremendous work. I appreciate you. You are so good at what you do. I'd like to thank Michelle Goldberg and Christine, counselor, as well for all of your advice, for your support. Michelle Goldberg continues to be our council staff director, and really has blossomed and never fails to let us down when we need her, and I appreciate you. I'd like to thank all of my council colleagues for your patience, for the back and forth, for your staff as well, for their patience and the back and forth until we got the process correctly, and all of the council admin staff, of course, for their support as well. First, I'd like to speak on dockets 0769 to 0782, miscellaneous funds. I also like to thank my community members, the District 7 Advisory Council, who have organized and worked and met every single Saturday to survey the community, to advocate, to again, organize and meet and discuss budget amendments for this year as well. And I'm quite sure each and one of you will have your opportunity to thank your constituents, but mine are the best, sorry. These matters for dockets 0769 to 0768, miscellaneous funds. These matters were sponsored by Mayor Michelle Wu and were referred to the committee on April 12, 2023. Some dockets were heard as part of public hearing on topics including Boston Public Schools, Boston Police Department, Boston Centers for Youth and Families, Department of Innovation and Technology, Environment Department, Parks and Recreation Department, Office of Economic Opportunity and Inclusion, Office of Tourism, Sports and Entertainment, and Office of Arts and Culture on April 25th, 2023, May 1st, 2023, May 11th, 2023, May 31st, 2023, and June 5th, 2023. Dockets 0769 to 0780 are authorizations of revolving fund limits for FY24 annual authorization. Of the dollar limit for each of these revolving funds is required by enabling legislation section 53E.5, chapter 44, Massachusetts General Law. Revolving funds are an important budgetary tools for the department as they allow for the better financial flexibility in the management of unpredictable and self-sustaining activities. The Committee on Ways and Means has formalized and standardized the review process for these funds by running reviews concurrent with an annual budget review process and departmental budget rehearings, with the intent to maintain transparency and accountability in the annual review and authorization of these funds. Dockets 0781 to 0782 are authorizations of annual appropriations for other special funds, the Parkman Fund, and the 21st Century PEG Access Fund. The Parkman Fund is a trust fund designated for maintenance and upkeep of certain city parks, including the Boston Common Public Garden, Olmsted Park, Highland Park, Horatio Harris Park, and Malcolm X Park. The fund was established in 1908 from a bequest from George Francis Parkman, and the annual appropriation is used to fund operations, general care, and maintenance, a specialized maintenance for horticulture and infrastructure and equipment infrastructure improvements and repairs as needed. The 21st Century PEG Access was established by Boston's acceptance of a local option pursuant to Section 53F3/4 of Chapter 44 of the General Laws in 2016. The fund revenue is made up of cable franchise fees paid of subscribers from Comcast, RCN, and Verizon. The appropriation is used to support public education and governmental access, cable television services. The city uses the fund to support Boston Neighborhood Network, BNN Media, which provides community government and educational access television, radio programming, training, and production services, and Tech Goes Home, TGH, a digital equity initiative that provides low-income and underserved residents in the city with the opportunity, tools, education, and access required for 21st century skills development. The fund also supports the city's dark fiber infrastructure and other cable-related advocacy, auditing, and regulatory service. These funds are sources of external funding for departmental as such as the committee heard dockets together with the relevant department's budgets for revolving fund standardized reporting information consisting of a summary of each revolving fund and the fund's previous year's revenue and expenditures was shared with the committee for review. As chair of the Committee on Ways and Means, I recommend moving the listed dockets from the committee to the full council for discussion and formal action. At this time, my recommendation to the full council will be that these matters ought to pass.
Thank you, Councilor Fernandez Anderson.
Just on miscellaneous funds, 0769 to 0782, Mr. President.
So on those dockets, 0169 through 72, we'll vote on those individually. On 0769, on docket 0769, Councilor Fernandez Anderson, the Chair of the Committee on Ways and Means, seeks acceptance of the committee report in a first reading of docket 0769. They're not first reading. Okay. Okay. Okay, fair enough. Okay. Councilor Fernandez Anderson, the Chair of the Committee on Ways and Means, seeks acceptance of the committee report in passage of this docket 0769. Mr. Clerk, can you do the roll call?
On docket number 0769, Councilor Arroyo. Yes. Councilor Arroyo, yes. Councilor Baker. Aye. Councilor Baker, aye. Councilor Braden. Yes. Councilor Braden, yes. Councilor Coletta. Yes. Councilor Coletta, yes. Councilor Fernandez Anderson.
Yes.
Councilor Fernandez Anderson, yes. Councilor Flaherty.
Yes.
Councilor Flaherty, yes. Councilor Flynn.
Yes.
Councilor Flynn, yes. Councilor Lara. Yes. Councilor Lara, yes. Councilor Lujan.
Yes.
Councilor Lujan, yes. Councilor Mejia. Councilor Mejia, yes. Councilor Murphy. Councilor Murphy, yes. And Councilor Worrell. Yes. Councilor Worrell, yes. Docket number 0769 has received unanimous support.
Thank you. This docket is passed. We're on to docket 0770. Councilor Fernandez Anderson, the Chair of the Committee on Ways and Means, seeks acceptance of the committee report in passage of this docket 0770. Mr. Clerk, can we do a roll call vote?
Docket number 0770, Councilor Arroyo. Yes. Councilor Arroyo, yes. Councilor Baker. Aye. Councilor Baker, aye. Councilor Braden. Councilor Braden, yes. Councilor Coletta. Yes. Councilor Coletta, yes. Councilor Fernandez Anderson.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Fernandez Anderson, yes. Councilor Flaherty.
Yes.
Councilor Flaherty, yes. Councilor Flynn.
Yes.
Councilor Flynn, yes. Councilor Lara. Councilor Lara, yes. Councilor Lujan. Yes. Councilor Lujan, yes. Councilor Mejia. Councilor Mejia, yes. Councilor Murphy. Yes. Councilor Murphy, yes. And Councilor Worrell. Yes. Councilor Worrell, yes. Docket number 0770 has received unanimous approval.
Thank you. This docket is passed. Docket 0771, Councilor Fernandez Anderson, the Chair of the Committee on Ways and Means, seeks acceptance of the committee report and passage of this docket 0771. Mr. Clerk, can we do a roll call vote?
Docket number 0771, Councilor Arroyo. Yes. Councilor Arroyo, yes. Councilor Baker. Aye. Councilor Baker, aye. Councilor Braden. Yes. Councilor Braden, yes. Councilor Coletta. Yes. Councilor Coletta, yes. Councilor Fernandez Anderson.
Yes.
Councilor Fernandez Anderson, yes. Councilor Flaherty.
Yes.
Councilor Flaherty, yes. Councilor Flynn.
Yes.
Councilor Flynn, yes. Councilor Lara.
Yes.
Councilor Lara, yes. Councilor Louisiana.
Yes.
Councilor Louisiana, yes. Councilor Mejia. Councilor Mejia, yes. Councilor Murphy.
Yes.
Councilor Murphy, yes. And Councilor Worrell.
Yes.
Councilor Worrell, yes. Docket number 0771 has received unanimous vote.
Thank you. This docket is passed. Docket 0772, Councilor Fernandez Anderson, the Chair of the Committee on Ways and Means, seeks acceptance of the committee report and passage of this docket 0772. Mr. Clerk, can we do a roll call vote?
Roll call vote on docket number 0772. Councilor Arroyo. Yes. Councilor Arroyo, yes. Councilor Baker. Aye. Councilor Baker, aye. Councilor Braden.
Yes.
Councilor Braden, yes. Councilor Coletta.
Yes.
Councilor Coletta, yes. Councilor Fernandez Anderson.
Yes.
Councilor Fernandez Anderson, yes. Councilor Flaherty.
Yes.
Councilor Flaherty, yes. Councilor Flynn.
Yes.
Councilor Flynn, yes. Councilor Lara.
Yes.
Councilor Lara, yes. Councilor Louisiana.
Yes.
Councilor Louisiana, yes. Councilor Mejia. Councilor Mejia, yes. Councilor Murphy.
Yes.
Councilor Murphy, yes. And Councilor Worrell.
Yes.
Councilor Worrell, yes. Docket number 0772 has received a unanimous vote.
This docket is passed. Councilor Fernandez Anderson. Which docket would you like to focus on next?
Where,
We still-
Councilor President, I think we still need to vote on
Okay.
until,
0773
yes, up to 82.
up to 82, okay. Councilor Fernandez Anderson, the Chair of the Committee on Ways and Means, seeks acceptance of the committee report and passage of this docket 0773. Mr. Clerk, can we do a roll call vote?
Roll call vote on docket 0773. Councilor Arroyo. Yes. Councilor Arroyo, yes. Councilor Baker. Aye. Councilor Baker, aye. Councilor Braden. Yes. Councilor Braden, yes. Councilor Coletta.
Yes.
Councilor Coletta, yes. Councilor Fernandez Anderson.
Yes.
Councilor Fernandez Anderson, yes. Councilor Flaherty.
Yes.
Councilor Flaherty, yes. Councilor Flynn.
Yes.
Councilor Flynn, yes. Councilor Lara. Councilor Lara, yes. Councilor Louisiana.
Yes.
Councilor Louisiana, yes. Councilor Mejia. Councilor Mejia, yes. Councilor Murphy.
Yes.
Councilor Murphy, yes. And Councilor Worrell. Yes. Councilor Worrell, yes. Docket number 0773 has received a unanimous vote.
This docket is passed. We're on to docket 0774. Councilor Fernandez Anderson, the Chair of the Ways and Means Committee, seeks acceptance of the committee report and passage of this docket. Mr. Clerk, can we do a roll call vote?
Docket number 0774, Councilor Arroyo. Yes. Councilor Arroyo, yes. Councilor Baker. Aye. Councilor Baker, aye. Councilor Braden. Yes. Councilor Braden, yes. Councilor Coletta.
Yes.
Councilor Coletta, yes. Councilor Fernandez Anderson.
Yes.
Councilor Fernandez Anderson, yes. Councilor Flaherty.
Yes.
Councilor Flaherty, yes. Councilor Flynn.
Yes.
Councilor Flynn, yes. Councilor Lara.
Yes.
Councilor Lara, yes. Councilor Louisiana.
Yes.
Councilor Louisiana, yes. Councilor Mejia. Councilor Mejia, yes. Councilor Murphy.
Yes.
Councilor Murphy, yes. Councilor Worrell.
Yes.
Councilor Worrell, yes. Docket number 0774 has received a unanimous vote.
This docket is passed. We're on to docket 0775. Councilor Fernandez Anderson, the Chair of the Committee on Ways and Means, seeks acceptance of the committee report and passage of this docket 0775. Mr. Clerk, can we do a roll call vote?
Roll call vote on docket number 0775. Councilor Arroyo. Yes. Councilor Arroyo, yes. Councilor Baker. Aye. Councilor Baker, aye. Councilor Braden. Yes. Councilor Braden, yes. Councilor Coletta.
Yes.
Councilor Coletta, yes. Councilor Fernandez Anderson.
Yes.
Councilor Fernandez Anderson, yes. Councilor Flaherty.
Yes.
Councilor Flaherty, yes. Councilor Flynn.
Yes.
Counsel Flynn, yes. Counsel Lara. Counsel Lara, yes. Counsel Lujan.
Yes.
Counsel Lujan, yes. Counsel Mejia. Counsel Mejia, yes. Counsel Murphy. Counsel Murphy, yes. And Counsel Worrell. Yes. Counsel Worrell, yes. Docket number 0775 has received a unanimous vote.
This docket is passed. We're on to docket 0776. Council Fernandez Anderson, the Chair of the Committee on Ways and Means, seeks acceptance of the committee report and passage of this docket 0776. Mr. Clerk, can we do a roll call vote?
Roll call vote on docket number 0776. Counsel Arroyo. Yes. Counsel Arroyo, yes. Counsel Baker. Aye. Counsel Baker, aye. Counsel Braden. Yes. Counsel Braden, yes. Counsel Coletta. Yes. Counsel Coletta, yes. Counsel Fernandez Anderson.
Yes.
Counsel Fernandez Anderson, yes. Counsel Flaherty.
Yes.
Counsel Flaherty, yes. Counsel Flynn.
Yes.
Counsel Flynn, yes. Counsel Lara. Counsel Lara, yes. Counsel Lujan.
Yes.
Counsel Lujan, yes. Counsel Mejia. Counsel Mejia, yes. Counsel Murphy. Counsel Murphy, yes. And Counsel Worrell. Yes. Counsel Worrell, yes. Docket number 0776 has received a unanimous vote.
This docket is passed. We're on to docket 0777. Council Fernandez Anderson, the Chair of the Committee on Ways and Means, seeks acceptance of the committee report and passage of this docket 0777. Mr. Clerk, can we do a roll call vote?
Roll call vote on docket number 0777. Counsel Arroyo. Yes. Counsel Arroyo, yes. Counsel Baker. Aye. Counsel Baker, aye. Counsel Braden. Yes. Counsel Braden, yes. Counsel Coletta. Yes. Counsel Coletta, yes. Counsel Fernandez Anderson.
Yes.
Counsel Fernandez Anderson, yes. Counsel Flaherty.
Yes.
Counsel Flaherty, yes. Counsel Flynn.
Yes.
Counsel Flynn, yes. Counsel Lara. Counsel Lara, yes. Counsel Lujan.
Yes.
Counsel Lujan, yes. Counsel Mejia. Counsel Mejia, yes. Counsel Murphy. Counsel Murphy, yes. Counsel Worrell. Counsel Worrell, yes. Docket number 0777 has received a unanimous vote.
This docket is passed. We're on to docket 0778. Council Fernandez Anderson, the Chair of the Committee on Ways and Means, seeks acceptance of the committee report, passage of this docket 0778. Mr. Clerk, can we do a roll call vote?
Roll call vote on docket number 0778. Counsel Arroyo. Yes. Counsel Arroyo, yes. Counsel Baker. Aye. Counsel Baker, aye. Counsel Braden. Yes. Counsel Braden, yes. Counsel Coletta. Yes. Counsel Coletta, yes. Counsel Fernandez Anderson.
Yes.
Counsel Fernandez Anderson, yes. Counsel Flaherty.
Yes.
Counsel Flaherty, yes. Counsel Flynn.
Yes.
Counsel Flynn, yes. Counsel Lara.
Yes.
Counsel Lara, yes. Counsel Lujan.
Yes.
Counsel Lujan, yes. Counsel Mejia. Counsel Mejia, yes. Counsel Murphy. Counsel Murphy, yes. And Counsel Worrell. Yes. Counsel Worrell, yes. Docket number 0778 has received a unanimous vote.
This docket is passed. We're on to the next docket. Mr. Clerk, will you please read the next docket?
Roll call vote on docket 0779. Counsel Arroyo. Yes. Counsel Arroyo, yes. Counsel Baker. Aye. Counsel Baker, aye. Counsel Braden. Yes. Counsel Braden, yes. Counsel Coletta. Yes. Counsel Coletta, yes. Counsel Fernandez Anderson.
Yes.
Counsel Fernandez Anderson, yes. Counsel Flaherty.
Yes.
Counsel Flaherty, yes. Counsel Flynn.
Yes.
Counsel Flynn, yes. Counsel Lara. Yes. Counsel Lara, yes. Counsel Lujan.
Yes.
Counsel Lujan, yes. Counsel Mejia. Yes. Counsel Mejia, yes. Counsel Murphy.
Yes.
Counsel Murphy, yes. Counsel Worrell.
Yes.
Counsel Worrell, yes. Docket number 0779 has received a unanimous vote.
Thank you. This docket is passed. We're on to docket 0780. Council Fernandez Anderson, the Chair of the Committee on Ways and Means, seeks acceptance of the committee report on this docket 0780. Mr. Clerk, can we do a roll call vote?
Roll call vote on docket number 0780. Counsel Arroyo. Yes. Counsel Arroyo, yes. Counsel Baker. Aye. Counsel Baker, aye. Counsel Braden. Yes. Counsel Braden, yes. Counsel Coletta.
Yes.
Counsel Coletta, yes. Counsel Fernandez Anderson.
Yes.
Counsel Fernandez Anderson, yes. Counsel Flaherty.
Yes.
Counsel Flaherty, yes. Counsel Flynn.
Yes.
Counsel Flynn, yes. Counsel Lara.
Yes.
Counsel Lara, yes. Counsel Lujan.
Yes.
Counsel Lujan, yes. Counsel Mejia. Counsel Mejia, yes. Counsel Murphy.
Yes.
Counsel Murphy, yes. Counsel Worrell. Yes. Counsel Worrell, yes. Docket number 0780 has received a unanimous vote.
This docket is passed. We're on to docket 0781. Councilor Fernandez Anderson, the Chair of the Committee on Ways and Means, seeks acceptance of the committee report. Passage of this docket. Mr. Clerk, can we do a roll call vote?
Roll call vote on docket number 0781. Councilor Arroyo.
Yes.
Councilor Arroyo, yes. Councilor Baker. Aye. Councilor Baker, aye. Councilor Braden. Yes. Councilor Braden, yes. Councilor Coletta. Yes. Councilor Coletta, yes. Councilor Fernandez Anderson.
Yes.
Councilor Fernandez Anderson, yes. Councilor Flaherty.
Yes.
Councilor Flaherty, yes. Councilor Flynn.
Yes.
Councilor Flynn, yes. Councilor Lara. Yes. Councilor Lara, yes. Councilor Louisiana. Yes. Councilor Louisiana, yes. Councilor Mejia. Yes. Councilor Mejia, yes. Councilor Murphy. Yes. Councilor Murphy, yes. Councilor Worrell. Yes. Councilor Worrell, yes. Docket number 0781 has received a unanimous vote.
This docket is passed. We're on to docket 0782. Councilor Fernandez Anderson, the Chair of the Committee on Ways and Means, seeks acceptance of the committee report and passage of this docket 0782. Mr. Clerk, can we do a roll call vote?
Roll call vote on docket number 0782. Councilor Arroyo.
Yes.
Councilor Arroyo, yes. Councilor Baker.
Aye.
Councilor Baker, aye. Councilor Braden. Yes. Councilor Braden, yes. Councilor Coletta. Yes. Councilor Coletta, yes. Councilor Fernandez Anderson.
Yes.
Councilor Fernandez Anderson, yes. Councilor Flaherty.
Yes.
Councilor Flaherty, yes. Councilor Flynn.
Yes.
Councilor Flynn, yes. Councilor Lara. Councilor Lara, yes. Councilor Louisiana. Councilor Louisiana, yes. Councilor Mejia. Councilor Mejia, yes. Councilor Murphy. Councilor Murphy, yes. Councilor Worrell.
Yes.
Councilor Worrell, yes. Docket number 0782 has received a unanimous vote.
This docket is passed. Yeah. The chair recognizes Councilor Fernandez Anderson. Councilor Fernandez Anderson, are there other dockets you want to focus on now?
Yes.
The
Thank
chair
you, Mr.
recognizes
President.
Councilor Fernandez Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to speak on dockets 0764, 0767, 0768 capital budget. The following is a call for the first vote on the capital budget. This vote is a crucial step in determining how our resources will be invested in long-term projects that will shape our community's future. It is essential to carefully consider the proposed budget and its impact on various sectors such as infrastructure, technology, and public services. Together, we have the opportunity to prioritize and support initiatives that will enhance our city's growth, sustainability, and overall well-being. I just wanted to make a statement on record that I believe that there is so much opportunity here for us to be more racially equity on this capital proposal. However, we are beginning from a perpetual pattern of historic harm to the Black and Brown community. We have communities in the city of Boston with stark differences between downtown, then to Chinatown, then to Back Bay, then down to South End, down to Lower Roxbury, to Roxbury, and then to Grove Hall. See what I did there? If you drive through these areas from Back Bay down to Grove Hall, you will see the stark difference. In Back Bay, beautiful sidewalks and infrastructure and historic preservation, all the monies and all the trees. When you go to South Bay, it's a little bit less, more condensely populated. Urban renewal harms, you could see the residual impacts in the infrastructure and the development all over the place. There was no room to breathe, no room to park. And then when you go to Lower Roxbury, you will see the decline, more projects, more people of color. And then the people of color increase as you get to Roxbury, and there you will see dilapidated buildings, dirty streets, broken sidewalks. It looks horrible. So I would say that Mayor Wu has taken a position to begin to undo the historic harms while balancing certain interests in terms of the priorities, in terms of communities that have already had planning in place. I, City Councilor for District 7, have taken the time to, over the past year and a half, to build and work with university partners, architecture students, urban planners, community surveys, artists, placemakers, and we have developed a plan which we would like to go into full community engagement processes in order for us to be inclusive in our community engagement, to extend the Roxbury Strategic Master Plan in partnership with the city in order for us to improve our community and be able to repair the harms by creating more economic mobility and opportunities for all people. And that, I think, is true racial equity. But today, I wanted to go on record and state that I support the initiatives, and you have to start somewhere. Last year, I said this is the first budget for our mayor, and she deserves grace. This year, I say she is going in the right direction. She is not there yet, and change takes time. So I reserve judgment. I will just have to say that I am hoping that the administration will be open, will be receptive and welcoming to this representative, the District 7 councilor, and the community to be able to work together collaboratively in beginning the work to truly creating racial equity for everyone in the city of Boston. And with that, I will continue on the Capitol. These matters were sponsored by Mayor Michelle Wu, and the matters being docket 07, again, docket 0764, 0767, 0768. Capital budget. It was referred to the committee on April 12, 2023. The committee has conducted a robust review process, including 28 public hearings on departmental budgets and dedicated public testimony sessions, and has received written testimony from all city departments, as well as written, oral, and recorded testimony from the public. These dockets represent authorizations for the FY24 capital budget, which help to fund the city's $4.17 billion FY24 to FY28 capital plan. The projects funded by the capital budget have a significant impact on the quality of life for Boston's residents. They maintain and improve our infrastructure, enhance our mobility, ensure our safety, and provide necessary open space for both residents and visitors to enjoy all that Boston has to offer across Boston's neighborhoods. In addition to significant routine maintenance projects for facilities and assets, some highlights of the capital budget include, and I will just read certain departments because it'll be too much to read, or too many. Office of Arts and Culture for Boston Centers for Youth and Families, Boston Fire Department, Boston Police Department, Boston Planning and Development Agency, Boston Public Health Commission, Boston Public Library, Boston Public Schools, Boston Transportation Department, Department of Innovation and Technology, Environment Department, Mayor's Office of Housing, Office of Emergency Management, Parks and Recreation Department, Property Management, Public Works. And I would like to go on record to state that the following are recommendations, not the proposal from the mayor, but recommendation from councilors that were not included in the capital budget or proposal, but would like for the mayor and administration to consider for future proposals or future budget plan. $250,000 to Boston Public Schools for a high school study. $100,000 to the Parks and Recreation Department for Ross Field Design Study. $100,000 to the Office of Worker Empowerment for Workforce Resource Center Design Study. And from yours truly, Councilor Anderson, these are the proposals that I made to the mayor, and I'd like to go on record as recommendations and hopefully future considerations. 400, and by the way, I've actually met with engineers and, again, architects and designers, urban planners, and budget analysts, not our own, but in the community. that have actually provided a plan, design, renderings, surveyed the community, and community processes that support these plans. They are as follows, again, proposals, recommendations for capital plan, for future capital consideration for District 7. $400,000 for Franklin Park band shell, to add $1 million to the Franklin Park master plan, $837,000 for outdoor healing center in Roxbury, $940,000 for outdoor theater in Roxbury, $2,339,000 for youth game park in Roxbury, $678,500 for senior recreational garden in Roxbury, $157,000 for a multi-generational outdoor recreational food court in Roxbury, $1,343,250 for business incubator, the Boxberry in Roxbury, $783,250 for food gathering space in Roxbury, $1 million for a Malcolm X statue in Roxbury, $1.5 million for an outdoor youth science experiential learning space, $750,000 for an apple orchard to return the apple orchards that used to belong in Orchard Garden in Roxbury, $1 million, or it could be in Dorchester, $1 million for a sensory garden for children on a spectrum in Roxbury and Dorchester, $800,000 for a vocational tech rec center for children under 12 and under in already existing BCYF space in Mission Hill, $2,500,000 for the to renovate an existing BPS property to create Black Boys Leadership Academy for at-risk Black boys and youth for therapeutic services and academic support. As far as the capital proposal on dockets, (0764), (0767), (0768), as chair of the Committee on Ways and Means, I recommend moving the listed dockets from the committee to the full council for discussion and formal action. At this time, my recommendation to the full council will be that these matters ought to be read for the first time and assigned for further action to support this capital spending plan that address important investments throughout the city and sets a stage for future collaboration among the administration and the city council. And I am asking now for the first vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Tanya Fernandez-Anderson. On these dockets, 0764, 0767, 0768, before we do a vote, would any of my colleagues like to speak on these matters? Councilor Tanya Fernandez-Anderson, the chair of the Committee on Ways and Means, seeks acceptance of the committee report in a first reading on docket 0764. Mr. Clerk, can we do a roll call vote?
Roll call vote on first reading on docket 0764. Councilor Arroyo. Yes. Councilor Arroyo, yes. Councilor Baker. Aye. Councilor Baker, aye. Councilor Braden. Yes. Councilor Braden, yes. Councilor Coletta. Yes. Councilor Coletta, yes. Councilor Fernandez-Anderson.
Yes.
Councilor Fernandez-Anderson, yes. Councilor Flaherty. Yes. Councilor Flaherty, yes. Councilor Flynn.
Yes.
Councilor Flynn, yes. Councilor Lara. Yes. Councilor Lara, yes. Councilor Louisian. Yes. Councilor Louisian, yes. Councilor Mejia. Yes. Councilor Mejia, yes. Councilor Murphy. Yes. Councilor Murphy, yes. Councilor Worrell. Yes. Councilor Worrell. Docket number 0764 has received its first reading and assigned for further action.
Thank you. This docket has received its first reading, will be assigned for further action. Councilor Tanya Fernandez Anderson, the Chair of the Committee on Ways and Means, seeks acceptance of the committee report and a first reading on docket 0767. Mr. Clerk, can we do a roll call vote?
Roll call vote on docket number 0767. Councilor Arroyo? Yes. Councilor Arroyo, yes. Councilor Baker? Aye. Councilor Baker, aye. Councilor Braden? Yes. Councilor Braden, yes. Councilor Coletta? Yes. Councilor Coletta, yes. Councilor Fernandez Anderson?
Yes.
Councilor Fernandez Anderson, yes. Councilor Flaherty?
Yes.
Councilor Flaherty, yes. Councilor Flynn?
Yes.
Councilor Flynn, yes. Councilor Lara? Yes. Councilor Lara, yes. Councilor Louisiana?
Yes.
Councilor Louisiana, yes. Councilor Mejia? Councilor Mejia, yes. Councilor Murphy? Yes. Councilor Murphy, yes. Councilor Worrell?
Yes.
Councilor Worrell, yes. Docket number 0767 has received its first reading and assigned for further action.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. This docket 0767 has received its first reading, will be assigned for further action. Councilor Tanya Fernandez Anderson, the Chair of the Committee on Ways and Means, seeks acceptance of the committee report in a first reading on docket 0768. Mr. Clerk, can we do a roll call vote?
Roll call vote on docket number 0768. Councilor Arroyo? Yes. Councilor Arroyo, yes. Councilor Baker? Aye. Councilor Baker, aye. Councilor Braden? Aye. Councilor Braden, aye. Councilor Coletta? Yes. Councilor Coletta, yes. Councilor Fernandez Anderson?
Yes.
Councilor Fernandez Anderson, yes. Councilor Flaherty?
Yes.
Councilor Flaherty, yes. Councilor Flynn?
Yes.
Councilor Flynn, yes. Councilor Lara? Yes. Councilor Lara, yes. Councilor Louisiana?
Yes.
Councilor Louisiana, yes. Councilor Mejia? Councilor Mejia, yes. Councilor Murphy? Councilor Murphy, yes. Councilor Worrell?
Yes.
Councilor Worrell, yes. Docket number 0768 has received its first reading and assigned for further action.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. This docket 0768 received its first reading and will be signed for further action. The chair recognizes Councilor Fernandez Anderson. Councilor Fernandez Anderson, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to address dockets 0763, 0765, 0766, capital fund appropriations. These matters were sponsored by Mayor Michelle Wu and were referred to the committee on April 12, 2023. Docket 0763 is an appropriation amount of $1,800,000 from the Capital Grant Fund of the city of various departments, including the Public Works Department and the Transportation Department, to address the impact of transportation network services on municipal roads, bridges, and other transportation infrastructures, or any other public purpose substantially related to the operation of transportation network services in the city. This includes, but not limited to, the Complete Streets program and other programs that support alternative modes of transportation as permitted in Chapter 187 of the Acts of 2016. To this appropriation, the Collector Treasury, with the approval of the mayor, is authorized to transfer such amount to the capital grant from special revenue received from the Commonwealth Transportation Infrastructure Enhancement Trust Fund. Dockets 0765 is an appropriation in the amount of $29,405,000 from the Capital Grant Fund of the city for the purpose of funding various transportation and public realm improvements, including but not limited to facilities for biking and walking. To meet this appropriation, the Collector Treasury, with the approval of the mayor, is authorized to transfer this amount from the Parking Meter Fund to the Capital Grant Fund. Dockets 0766 is an appropriation in the amount of $27,500,000 from the Surplus Property Disposition Fund credited to the Capital Fund for planning, design, and construction for projects including the annual shelter, Old State House, BHA, decarbonization, and Harrison Ave, Boston Water and Sewer Commission operations. As chair of the Committee on Ways and Means, I recommend moving this listed dockets from the committee to the full council for discussion and formal action. At this time, my recommendation to the full council will be that these matters ought to pass.
Thank you, Council. Thank you, Councilor Fernandez Anderson. On these three dockets, would anyone like to speak on them? Councilor Tanya Fernandez Anderson, the Chair of the Committee on Ways and Means, seeks acceptance of the committee report and passage of docket 07663. Mr. Clerk, can we do a roll call vote, please?
Roll call vote on docket number 0763. Councilor Arroyo. Yes. Councilor Arroyo, yes. Councilor Baker. Aye. Councilor Baker, aye. Councilor Braden. Yes. Councilor Braden, yes. Councilor Coletta. Yes. Councilor Coletta, yes. Councilor Fernandez Anderson.
Yes.
Councilor Fernandez Anderson, yes. Councilor Flaherty.
Yes.
Councilor Flaherty, yes. Councilor Flynn.
Yes.
Councilor Flynn, yes. Councilor Lara. Yes. Councilor Lara, yes. Councilor Lujan. Yes. Councilor Lujan, yes. Councilor Mejia. Councilor Mejia, yes. Councilor Murphy. Councilor Murphy, yes. Councilor Worrell. Councilor Worrell, yes. Docket number 0763 has received a unanimous vote.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. We're on to the second docket, 0765. Councilor Tanya Fernandez Anderson seeks, the Chair of the Committee on Ways and Means, seeks acceptance of the committee report and passage of docket 0765. Mr. Clerk, can we do a roll call vote?
Roll call vote on docket number 0765. Councilor Arroyo. Yes. Councilor Arroyo, yes. Councilor Baker. Aye. Councilor Baker, aye. Councilor Braden. Yes. Councilor Braden, yes. Councilor Coletta. Yes. Councilor Coletta, yes. Councilor Fernandez Anderson.
Yes.
Councilor Fernandez Anderson, yes. Councilor Flaherty.
Yes.
Councilor Flaherty, yes. Councilor Flynn.
Yes.
Councilor Flynn, yes. Councilor Lara. Yes. Councilor Lara, yes. Councilor Lujan. Yes. Councilor Lujan, yes. Councilor Mejia. Yes. Councilor Mejia, yes. Councilor Murphy. Yes. Councilor Murphy, yes. Councilor Worrell. Yes. Councilor Worrell, yes. Docket number 0765 has received a unanimous vote.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. We're on to docket 0766. Councilor Tanya Fernandez Anderson, the Chair of the Committee on Ways and Means, seeks acceptance of the committee report and passage of docket 0766. Mr. Clerk, can we do a roll call vote?
Roll call vote on docket number 0766. Councilor Arroyo. Yes. Councilor Arroyo, yes. Councilor Baker. Aye. Councilor Baker, aye. Councilor Braden. Councilor Braden, yes. Councilor Coletta. Yes. Councilor Coletta, yes. Councilor Fernandez Anderson.
Yes.
Councilor Fernandez Anderson, yes. Councilor Flaherty. Yes. Councilor Flaherty, yes. Councilor Flynn.
Yes.
Councilor Flynn, yes. Councilor Lara. Yes. Councilor Lara, yes. Councilor Lujan. Yes. Councilor Lujan, yes. Councilor Murphy. Yes. Councilor Murphy. Yes. Councilor Mejia, sorry. Yes. Councilor Mejia, yes. And Councilor Worrell. Yes. Councilor Worrell, yes. Docket number 0766 has received a unanimous vote.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Those three dockets have passed. The chair recognizes Councilor Fernandez Anderson. Councilor Fernandez Anderson, you have the floor.
Thank you again, Mr. President. At this time, I'd like to address docket 0762 for OPEB. This matter was sponsored by Mayor Michelle Wu and referred to the committee on April 12, 2023. Docket 0762 represents the operating budget allocation to fund the city liability for other post-employment benefits, OPEB. While the city is required by law to make an annual contribution toward reducing its unfunded pension liability, there is no such requirement for retiree health and life insurance benefits. Similar to pensions, employees earn these OPEB over their years of service, but do not actually receive them until retirement. The independent actual valuation as of June 30th, 2021, valued the city of Boston's unfunded liability for these benefits at $2.19 billion. In FY08, the city was required to follow new governmental accounting standards board (GASB) requirements to identify and disclose this estimated liability. At the same time, the city also voluntarily began to annual allocate funds to reduce the OPEB liability. Annual allocations are retained in an irrevocable trust fund authorized through the city's acceptance of Massachusetts General Laws, Chapters 32B, Section 20, as added by Chapter 479 of the Act of 2008. The city has been contributing $40 million to this fund each year since FY 2013. As chair of the Committee on Ways and Means, I recommend moving this docket from the committee to the full council for discussion and formal action. At the time, my recommendation to the full council will be that this matter ought to pass.
Thank you, Councilor Fernandez Anderson. Would anyone like to speak on this matter? Councilor Fernandez Anderson, the Chair of the Committee on Ways and Means, seeks acceptance of the committee report and passage of this docket 0762. Mr. Clerk, can we do a roll call vote?
Roll call vote on docket number 0762. Councilor Arroyo?
Yes.
Councilor Arroyo, yes. Councilor Baker?
Aye.
Councilor Baker, aye. Councilor Braden? Yes. Councilor Braden, yes. Councilor Coletta? Yes. Councilor Coletta, yes. Councilor Fernandez Anderson?
Yes.
Councilor Fernandez Anderson, yes. Councilor Flaherty? Councilor Flaherty, yes. Councilor Flynn?
Yes.
Councilor Flynn, yes. Councilor Lara? Councilor Lara, yes. Councilor Louisiana?
Yes.
Councilor Louisiana, yes. Councilor Mejia? Councilor Mejia, yes. Councilor Murphy? Councilor Murphy, yes. And Councilor Worrell? Councilor Worrell, yes. Docket number 0762 has received a unanimous vote.
Thank you. This docket has passed. We're on to docket. Well, the chair recognizes Councilor Fernandez Anderson. Councilor Fernandez Anderson, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. As for docket 0761 for Boston Public Schools budget, I would like to, I will not be addressing this docket today and will be postponing for next week. I will be addressing the operating budget.
What docket is that, Councilor Fernandez Anderson?
Yes,
6-0.
thank you.
The chair recognizes Councilor Fernandez Anderson on docket 0760.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. The Committee on Ways and Means refer the following dockets for consideration. Docket 0760, message in order for annual appropriation and tax order for FY fiscal year 2024. This matter was sponsored by Mayor Michelle Wu and was referred to the committee on April 12, 2023. The committee was conducted robust review processes beginning April and running through June this week. This process has included 28 public hearings on departmental budget and associated capital projects, including 2 sessions dedicated to public participation, and has received written testimony from all city departments as well as written and recorded testimony from the public. The committee also held 5 working sessions for council deliberation. As far as the Boston City Council amendments, in 2021, the City Council passed the City of Boston residents voted to approve a change to the city charter that would grant the City Council additional budgetary authority, whereas the previous authority granted the council only the ability to accept, reject, or reduce as a whole. Following the charter amendment, the City Council can now amend line items within the mayor's operating budget appropriation order for FY24, docket 0760, with the caveat that the council's amendment version cannot be for a higher total budget than originally proposed. 7 days from now, the mayor is required to approve or return our amended version, providing that the council may, by a 2/3 vote, override any of the mayor's modifications, in whole or in part, prior to the start of the new fiscal year. As far as information received at hearings, these funds are sources of external funding for departments As such, the committee heard dockets together with the relevant departments' budgets for revolving funds, standardized reporting information consisting of a summary of each revolving fund, and the fund's previous year's revenues and expenditures was shared with the committee for review. The council's proposed amendments to dockets 0760 are as follows. I will probably just read the ideas by councilors and not go into full explanation in terms of amount or line items. That is all in the report. Please refer to my report that you should have in front of you. In terms of justification, why cuts, where it's coming from. It's essential to note that we have received precise figures from the Office of Budget Management. These figures present departmental spending up to until April 18, 2023, and have guided us in determining the amendments to be presented. Assuming that there is seamless spending pattern for each department throughout the remainder of the current fiscal year, we have conducted calculations to determine the projected expenditure for line item by the end of FY23. Meaning there are no cuts. The departments will have all of the funds that they need to complete the fiscal year 23, which is, we would be illegal anyway to do that. But beyond that, the calculations then used unspent funds with this calculation. While the upcoming numbers may appear substantial, we want to assure you that a reduced budget will not lead to any job losses for our employees. I would like to emphasize that no pools, aside from some exceptions, were made in any line item where a new FY24 allocation was lower than the calculated spending for FY23. The only exceptions to this as follows: BPD contractor service line 29000, BPD indemnification line item, BPD auto energy supplies line item 53000, BPD overtime, BPD repairs and services equipment, execution of courts, law department's contractual services. Please also note that the following truncated figures reflecting large decreases for the following. Participatory budget had a large increase in the amount of $20 million. $10 million was decreased from BPD overtime budget. Please also note the following truncated figures reflecting large increases. $11 million has been allocated to Mayor's Office of Housing. $8.8 million has been allocated to Office of Youth Engagement and Opportunity. $4.9 million has been allocated to Office of Economic Opportunity and Inclusion. $3.3 million has been allocated to Arts and Culture. $2.2 million has been allocated to Women Advancement. During the year's budget review process, my council colleagues have worked tirelessly to advocate for their constituents and the community as a whole. And I would like to speak about their individual contributions now. And I'd like to thank all of the advocates and those of you who are still here and listening at home for all of your tireless advocacy and work in organizing around these amendments. For Councilor President Flynn advocated for the following. And again, please refer to the report for amounts and areas or sources of pool where the funds are going or where the funds are coming from. Council President Flynn advocated for worker safety initiatives under the Office of Labor. Compliance, this amendment was also supported by Councilor Lara. Councilor Lara advocated for the following: 2 full-time employees for a virtual support program for LGBTQ seniors under the Age Strong Department. This amendment is supported by Councilor Mejia and myself and Councilor Lujan. funding the construction of new affordable family housing and senior housing under Mayor's office. This amendment is supported by Councilor Rell, Councilor Lara. Again, these are all originated by Councilor Lara. Councilor Lara advocated for organizations or is proposing amendments for organizations housing LGBTQ plus people under the Department of LGBTQ Advancement. This amendment is also supported by Councilor Murphy. A grant and myself. I'm going to stop with the supported because it's going to take us too long. I'm just going to talk about the issues, okay? And then please, I know that, Mr. President, you will allow folks to speak on what they support and what they're advocating for. A grant, again, just reading what Councilor is putting on the table for her amendment proposals. A grant program under the Department of LGBTQ Advancement. This advancement is an FTE to manage and expand outreach and language communication access to the Child Care Entrepreneur Fund under the Office of Human Services. Maternal health programming for 4 or 5 full-time employees under the Women's Advancement Department. Franklin Park Plan under Department of Parks and Recreation. Asthma Connection full-time employee under Boston Public Health Commission. Cultural planning under the Arts and Culture Department. Funding for cultural spaces, queer especially struggling economically. Space grant, space grant and youth jobs under the Office of Youth Employment and Opportunity. Also, Councilor Lara is advocating for youth jobs. Councilor Rell advocated for senior transportation vouchers under the H Strong Department. Evening drivers under H Strong Department. Tuition assistance for Boston Public Schools students' workforce development. Cultural events fund to the Office of Neighborhood Services. Pre-development support for RFPs under Mayor's Office of Housing. Men's Mental Health Initiative under Boston Public Health Commission. Maternal medical devices under Women's Advancement. Maternal health grants under Women's Advancement. Civic organizing tech assistance for civic associations under Office of Neighborhood Services. Healthy food pantry under the Office of Food Justice. Boston High Schools study under Boston Public Schools. Councilor Mejia advocated and proposed the following amendments. Mental Health and Wellness Ambassador Program under the Office of Youth Engagement, Employment and Opportunity. Life Sciences under Youth Employment and Opportunity. Workforce Development for 19 to 24-year-olds under Youth Employment and Opportunity. Workforce Development for recent arrivals under Youth Employment and Opportunity. Workforce Development for 19 to 24-year-olds under Youth Employment and Opportunity. Healthy Food Pantry Program for Office of Food and Justice. Atlantic and Caribbean Director and Programming Policy, Immigrant Advancement. Food Policy Director under Immigrant Advancement. Food Costs for Poll Workers under Office of Neighborhood Services. The Youth Action Network Grant Program under Office of Neighborhood Services. Senior Small Business Grant under H Strong. Study to assess how to open non-brick and mortar cannabis business under Office of Economic Opportunity and Inclusion. Support minority who want to open small business startups under Office of Economic Opportunity. Investigation tracking BRJP requirements implementation metrics under Office of Economic Opportunity. Cabinet. This would go to BRJP. Climate justice education for immigrant business owners under OEOI. Mental health crisis response under BPHC. Experiential learning under YEA. Participatory budgeting allocation to the Office of Participatory Budgeting. Councilor Arroyo advocated for the following: a project manager role to increase capacity in the Office of Food Justice, 3 staff assistant roles to support the project manager and further increase capacity in the Office of Food Justice, special appropriations for environmental justice under Mayor's Office of Housing. Councilor Flaherty advocated for the following: Car 5 under Boston Fire Department. Councilor Flaherty, 10,000 pay raise for all motor vehicle operations under Parks and Recreation. Councilor Flaherty, 2 FTEs rodent inspectors under Parks and Recreation. Drones under Boston Fire Department. Councilor Coletta advocated for the following, or is proposing the following amendments: adding 2 sets of translation set equipment for Civic Association Tech Assistant under Language and Communications, programming in the North End, Charlestown, and East Boston for youth in particular under BCYF, staffing for street workers, street repair, and sidewalk repair under Public Works, 2 FTE Hokies under Public Works, upgrading the COBUCs 2.0 to mitigate utility street worker under Do It, 2 FTE parking enforcement to satisfy the 2-hour parking laws under BTD, an investment in 4 more vending machines for the menstrual products pilot. The cost of the individual vending machine is $5,000 under Women's Advancement. Expanding tree canopy under Parks and Recreation. The Immigrants Lead Boston programming under Immigrant Advancement. Councilor Braden is proposing and advocated for these amendments. LGBTQ Virtual Senior Center under Age Strong. Programming, and I'd like to go on record that everyone is in support of this, and Councilor Braden spearheaded it. Programming, or got to me first. Programming, Veronica Smith Senior Center under Age Strong. ESOL Adult Classes, Beginners, New Arrivals under Immigrant Advancement. Expanding tree canopy under Parks and Recreation. 2 FTE parking enforcement under Boston Transportation Department. 2 FTE Hokies under Public Works. 2 FTE graffiti removal under Property Management. Community Land Trust. Seed money for Alston Brighton under Mayor's Office of Housing. Community Land Trust under Mayor's Office of Housing. Councilor Murphy advocated for the following: equipment, facilities, and programming for physical activities and wellness opportunities for seniors at BHA housing and community centers across the city under Age Strong. Equipment, facilities for programming and physical activities, wellness, and opportunities seniors, BHA housing and community centers across the city under Age Strong as well. Expand mental health, emotional health services for seniors and veterans under Age Strong. Expand mental health and emotional health services for seniors and veterans under VETS. Trauma-enforced training through Boston Public Health Commission for 1 person of each council staff office to properly be trained to effectively take constituent calls under the city. Support for parents of children with autism under Youth Employment Advancement. Recovery, recovery funding for businesses affected by community violence under Office of Economic and Opportunity Inclusion. Increasing funding for our Boston Police Family Justice Group for the Family Justice Center, FJC, of Boston so that they can effectively support those who are victims of domestic violence under BPD. Office of Recovery Services support for families when families members have overdosed under Boston Public Health Commission. A pilot program with Harvard Street Neighborhood Health Center called the Healthy Food Pantry Program that will provide not less than $300,000 shall be made available to Harvard Street Neighborhood Health Center. To go to, this is a recommendation. Councilor Baker advocated and proposing the following: a salary increase for municipal officers under the property management Yes. 1 FTE for senior computer-operated shift supervisor for property management and overnight supervisor position under property management. Councilor Lujan advocated for the following. Cultural spaces under Arts and Culture Department under Cultural Department, Arts and Culture Department. Municipal wage study under People's Operation. Office of Returning Citizens Vital Documents Waiver Pilot Program. Private Public Disaster Emergency Fund, FTE under Mayor's Office of Housing. For Mayor's Office of Immigrant Advancement Contract Service level funding under Mayor's Office of Immigrant Advancement. Black Heritage Trail signage, supporting Office of Historical Preservation. Fair housing testers under Fair Housing and Equity. BHA city vouchers for BPS students under Mayor's Office of Housing. AOP Community Land Trust Fund under Mayor's Office of Housing. New Arrivals Emergency Shelter under Mayor's Office of Housing. Emergency Business Relief Fund under OEOI. Rossfield Design Study under Parks and Recreation. Workforce Resources Center Design Study under Workforce Empowerment. And last but certainly not least, for Councilor Anderson and myself, Black Heritage Trail under the Parks and Recreation, Black Tourism and Equity under the Office of Tourism, Business Corridors Action Plan under Office of Economic Opportunity and Inclusion, Cultural Space under Arts and Culture, a technical employee under City Council, the City Council staff, to add an FTE to City Council staff, Councilor staff salary increase under City Council staff, citywide senior recreational space study under H Strong, citywide racial disparity study under OEOI, aid the returning citizens, Office of Returning Citizens, vouchers for low-income families for women's advancement, entrepreneurs, mentorship program between youth and police officers under OPAT, Black Male Advancement Entrepreneurship Grant under Black Male Advancement, BIPOC Women's Entrepreneurship Grant Advancement supporting women of color entrepreneurs, Staff Director, City Council Admin raise to match the chief of all departments. I want to be very clear on this one. I think that we voted for, I know that we voted for increases for all chief of departments this year, and our chief of our staff admin, director of staff, council staff works extremely hard and underpaid. So it's a very small amount that I'm asking for us to vote on to make sure that she is compensated properly. Technical assistance personnel for small business under OEOI. Small business commercial rental space grants, OEOI, opportunity mini grants, LGBTQ, which I initiated the last budget year session and was very successful. We passed out about $150,000 of grants and would like to increase that this year. And community college infrastructure support under OEOI. The proposed, there are some proposed increases for youth jobs, and you will see that they total $6 million. Increase EOI contract services, $3,475,532 for Success Link organizations to expand school year jobs for 14 to 18-year-olds from 26 to 45 weeks and allow for full year-round jobs. Right now, I'm just expanding on an amendment that was proposed or originated by Councilor Mejia and Councilor Lara, but wanted to just give a full breakdown of that, the importance of why $6 million. Increase youth employment and opportunity contractor services by $649,468 for Success Link organizations to expand school year jobs for 19 to 24-year-olds from 26 to 45 weeks to allow full year-round jobs. Increase YEO contractor services $1,375,000 for Success Link grantee organizations to offer a range of pay rates to 14 to 24-year-olds for summer and school year jobs. Increase YEO personnel services $250,000 for outreach staff to recruit young people and assist young people with applications and onboarding. Increase YEO contractor services $250,000 for an independent community-led audit where youth and organizations assess strengths, problems, and solutions. Everybody okay? So, Mr. Council President, I am asking that docket, sorry, give me a moment here to collect my paper. Mr. Chair, as the Chair of Committee on Ways and Means, I recommend moving the assisted docket from committee for full discussion and formal action at this time to pass with these recommendations of amendments.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before we vote, I do want to give people the opportunity to speak if they want to speak, or we could go right to the vote. Let me recognize Councilor Flaherty. Councilor Flaherty, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President, and let me thank the previous speaker and Chair of Ways and Means for all of her work and efforts over the last few months, convening the hearings and engaging the administration and the public in this budget process. And one of our most important obligations as city councilors is our fiduciary responsibility to the residents and the taxpayers to pass a balanced budget and also to make sure that we're protecting our city's assets as well as protecting our bond rating. A good bond rating means that we're getting good investments. Good investments means that as we as a city have the ability to grow, we can borrow on those investments and those bonds that allows us to do great things and to grow and to move our city forward. And so with all of that in mind, and under this new budget process where we have $75 million in budget amendments, and the recommendation would be that they would have been more modest because the way the new system works is once they get rejected, and they will, our collective power as and strength as a city council diminishes literally by 2 votes. Only 5 votes will be required to do that. It's why when I forwarded my amendments, they were fairly modest, focused as the Chair of Public Safety on public safety initiatives in the best of my ability, not trying to raid the pantry of other departments. And again, as Chair of Public Safety, recognizing that 75 million in amendments, where more than half of those come from the Boston Police Department. That's our city's safety. And I have to go on record of being opposed to that, despite the fact that there are so many worthy amendments in this document put forth by all of our colleagues. I really feel that the police department is the version of District 3 during redistricting, where we took a meat cleaver to District 3 in redistricting round 1, struck down by the federal court. We're now taking a meat cleaver to the Boston Police Department. They are our partners. We boast of the best community policing effort in the country. We are the envy of cities our size and bigger. In fact, cities our size and bigger who have defunded the police are upside down. Seattle, New York City, Baltimore, San Francisco, Philly, Portland, Oregon, and others. And I don't want to be them. We don't want to be them. We want to make sure that our city and our neighborhoods are safe. We want to make sure that our partners have the equipment and the technology they need to keep us safe. I would have preferred to see more modest changes. Can we do better? Absolutely. Every single department head could come down and identify wasteful spending in their individual departments. Every single one. We always can do better. But to see a massive cut to the Boston Police. Here's the headlines tomorrow. Boston City Council amends Mayor Wu's budget, cuts Boston Police Department by $42 million. I don't want to be any part of that. It's not fair to the Boston Police Department. It doesn't tell Boston's story and our community policing story properly. Can we do better? Absolutely. Can we identify some areas in the budget where there may be some wasteful spending? Absolutely. To the tune of $42 million, I'm not on board with that. And I can't be on board with that as the chair of public safety. I can't. And I would suggest the same with other councils. If we were going after the schools, if we were going after housing, we were going after public health, we were going after the environment, I'll go right through the list. I would expect each one of you to stand and be objecting to a meat cleaver being taken to public safety in the city of Boston. So again, I don't want to belabor the point. Again, I respect the process. I respect my colleagues individually, their district and at-large roles. I expect the chair. I expect the committee. I respect the work that we've been doing with the administration. I just don't understand why, when we have $74 million of amendments, all very worthy, we have to go right at the police department. And I guess we're saying we want to be Seattle. We want to be New York City. We want to be San Francisco. We want to be Baltimore. We want to be Philadelphia. We want to be Portland, Oregon. They're upside down. There's disinvestment. People are leaving. Businesses are closing. People are getting out of there. We don't have that here. We boast of having the best colleges and universities in the world. We've got the best hospitals, a network of community health centers, technology, life science, financial services, healthcare. We're busting at the seams with opportunity. South Boston waterfront, companies can't get down there quick enough. Our challenge is to make sure that that economic development, that growth, that prosperity trickles throughout the neighborhoods. That starts with our schools, having a curriculum that teaches to the economy, working together. Our success stories are partnerships. Partnerships are our success stories in the city. The Boston Police Department are our partners. Why are we going after them for $42 million? I respectfully ask, when we're looking to make amendments, that we keep an eye towards being fair. We look at all departments fairly. We look where we can eliminate wasteful spending. We see if there's any overlap. We see if we can be smarter. We can see if we can work more efficiently. We can see what's working, what's not working. What's not working, we eliminate. Maybe we create some new programs. But it's through collaboration. And I just don't think it's fair that for $75 million of amendments, we're taking $42 million for the police department, which then forces me to say I can't support that, which means we can't support some of these other very worthy and appropriate causes and amendments that were put forth by our colleagues. I think I've spoken enough on the subject matter. And again, the previous process, from my perspective as the longest serving, was a better process for this body. Where we would go back, we would reject without prejudice, we would negotiate collectively together as a body in unanimity, strength. We needed 7 and 9. We now will volley this back because we weren't modest, because we went bold like we did against District 3, swinging for the fences, 75 million. Let's take meat cleaver to 42 million to the police department. I assume, I mean, it's it's good fiscal responsibility, and as mayor and as steward of Boston, it's a rejection. It then comes back here in a couple of weeks, and it only needs 5. 5. We got to think smarter, folks. We got to work collaboratively. Should have been a little, our strategy should have been, hey, what can we do here? How can we amend this appropriately where it will be accepted, working together, collaboration, or where we don't sort of go after one particular department that we need to keep our city safe, to keep people wanting to come here, wanting to live here, wanting to invest here, wanting to go to school here, wanting to come to the hospitals here, wanting to raise their families here. Instead, we say, I don't want to do all that. Let's do what Seattle's doing. Let's do what San Fran's doing. Let's do what Baltimore's doing. I don't want any part of that. Again, I appreciate the chair, all the work that went into this. I appreciate my colleagues. I appreciate all these amendments. I just can't support, as the chair of public safety, that they come from the police department. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilor Flaherty. The chair recognizes Councilor Mejia. Councilor Mejia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you to my colleague for sounding the alarm about this opportunity to seize this moment. I just want to go on record in saying that in 2020, we had a mandate from communities to really start pouring into the issues that we were struggling with around mental health and wellness, housing, and so for me, I'm really encouraged and hopeful by this process because it's really putting the onus on community. When we think about participatory budget, when we think about what this moment calls for, it really calls for us to listen to those who put us in office. And I think we've heard loud and clear that when it comes to participatory budget, we need a little bit more. And we need to recognize that we can trust community to help us make decisions that impact community. So I just want to go on record and amplifying the importance of this process. And I believe that we can get it right. And I don't want to lead with fear. And while I appreciate the notion that we're going to become like other cities, I believe that city of Boston could do much better. And I am hopeful that with these amendments and the intense investments that we're making on the social, emotional, economic development of our communities, it's going to help us get there quicker. So with that, I want to just stand in solidarity with community and with my colleagues because I do believe that the best pathway forward is by recognizing our assets and not just continuing to lead with our deficits. You know, I think that that is a problem that we get into. I believe that if we dive into this with the spirit of what we can do, not just what we can't do, then I think that we will end up a little bit closer to what we all have been fighting for. I always say that this is not the mayor's budget. I just want to be really clear about that. This is the people's budget. These are their tax dollars, right, that pay our salary, and so we need to be cognizant of that. And so our job is to make sure that we're listening to the people and do right by them. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Mejia. The chair recognizes Councilor Arroyo, then I'll go to Councilor Coletta after. Councilor Arroyo, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a question either for the chair or for whoever is appropriate for an answer on this. I know we're sending it up as sort of one document. When the mayor receives this document, does she have to either approve it or reject it as a whole, or can she do line item vetoes and send it back? What's the process after this gets to the mayor's desk? From
Councilor Arroyo to the chair. Councilor Fernandez-Anderson, would you like to respond to Councilor Arroyo's question?
Yes, please, Mr. President. To answer your question, Councilor Arroyo, the amendment, the charter amendment states that the council and the city council and the mayor shares the power, the budget power collectively. This means that, and we can amend in part or in whole or in parts of parts the mayor can do the same. She can veto just parts of it. She can veto parts of parts or whole. So she has the choice to veto only some of it, only one of it, or all of it. Thank you.
Council Arroyo, any further comment or questions?
No, only to say on behalf of my allocations in this, in an attempt to sort of make sure that we're being fiscally responsible, we're sort of, in my opinion, we're reasonable. I'm asking for about $1,450,000 all told for two separate things. Of that number, only $240,000, I believe, has anything to do with the BPD budget. So the vast majority of that money comes from different areas, specifically to address two things. One is something that I've raised up, and Councilor Coletta has raised up with me as well, which is sort of food insecurity in the city of Boston and trying to properly apportion funding for that staff and to make sure that that staff has the access that they need to really implement in the future, whether it's a food waste ban or to help implement current practices to make sure that people are receiving the services they need. And then a secondary one that is meant to deal with the high asthma rates in Mattapan and the issues that we are facing in Mattapan when it comes to sort of pulmonary health and the discrepancies in how asthma impacts disproportionately areas like Mattapan. And so those are the two amendments that I have put forward. It totals up to the two of them, about $1,450,000. And to Councilor Flaherty's point, of that, the vast majority, I think something like 80 or 75% of it, is not coming from the Boston Police Department budget. And so I think that obviously when we look at a list like this and we're voting on it together, there are aspects of this that I would agree with. There are aspects of this I would not agree with from different councilors. And so really my focus is on making sure that I promote what my office believes is an appropriate, two appropriate amendments. We kept it really focused on sort of public health and food insecurity. And I just want to know what the process is moving forward, whether or not, I guess back to Councilor Flaherty's point where it only needs 5 votes to move that forward. Does that mean that the mayor can essentially, from what I understand, just to make sure we're on the same page, the mayor is able to say, I accept that, I don't accept that, maybe I accept that, and change it up and send us a completely different version of that? Is that, and so, okay, so in that case, that helps explain that there's sort of a second process to this, a second vetting from the mayor's office. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Arroyo. The chair recognizes Councilor Coletta. Oh, you want to respond to Councilor Arroyo? Yes, thank you. Councilor, the chair recognizes Councilor Flaherty.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate the previous speaker and shows his experience in terms of being focused and targeted in this budget, which is what we all should have done. I want to say through the chair to the previous speaker, I was probably right around the same amount somewhere in where yours is, maybe just a little bit higher, and kind of try to spread it around the infield. I think that should have, frankly, through the chair, that may have been maybe a better strategy for individual councilors, but I do appreciate that, and that does show that we look at the budget, we have fiduciary responsibility, we want to be targeted because of this new process, because when it goes over, we lose that sort of collective ability, we lose that strength as a body. So again, through the chair, I appreciate the previous speaker's comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Flaherty. Thank you, Councilor Arroyo. The chair recognizes Councilor Coletta. Councilor Coletta, you have the floor.
Thank you, Council President Flynn. And my comments are going to echo Councilor Arroyo and Councilor Flaherty, but I do just want to thank the chair. This is not an easy process. You did so with grace and with transparency, and so I just want to thank you for that. These are all incredible ideas from my council colleagues. I don't want what I'm about to say to take away from all of this. They're innovative, and I think that they deserve their moment in the sunlight because they will better the city of Boston. When it comes to my proposals, they were very targeted, specific, focused to what's happening in my district based on things that are happening in the Transportation Department, Public Works Department, translation services, Immigrants Lead Boston, that's citywide, trying to modernize our infrastructure systems and do it. And so I did take the modest approach, not wanting to take any department's lunch, knowing that we are all working very hard to serve this city. And so I am a little worried and feel a little uncomfortable, just given all of that. I want to push my proposals forward because I believe in them, and it's from a lot of hard work and like I said, just conversations and hearings. I am uncomfortable about the personnel services and the decreases. I am seeing decreases in Boston Center for Youth and Families, Public Works Department, $2 million, the Boston Transportation Department, $2 million. I know that you had mentioned something earlier in your comments about not having or not pulling from personnel. So I'm wondering what the discrepancy is and if there's any clarification that I can have and then the rest of the council can have. Madam Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Coletta. There was a question from Councilor Coletta. The chair recognizes Councilor Fernandez-Anderson, if you'd like to respond to it.
Thank you, Mr. President. Council Coletta, there are no discrepancies. The pools are specifically unspent funds. So I calculated exactly what FY23 would need. I calculated incorporating any types of like contingent fees or anything like that. And then they were still over. So for example, if there's $8 million and a department has only spent as of April just $2 million, and then they may need another $1 million to finish the fiscal year. And then I added the amount that they would need for the fees or any other costs. And then I only subtracted, I only took away additional fees considering what they said in the hearings in terms of building capacity. So there will be no layoffs, no jobs impacted. In fact, in all of what they've reported in terms of building capacity was incorporated as well. So in terms of the funding, I took exactly, and that's why I started with, it's essential to note that we receive precise figures. And so if there were unspent funds in the budget, we then went into it and we made sure that we calculated. We do have a bad budget analyst, as I mentioned, as we all have been working with, who has crunched numbers. And we were very, very careful in ensuring that no department is impacted in terms of plan to build capacity, a little bit moderation there because obviously it's taken them time. In the previous years, if they didn't hire, monies that were left over, but we did not impact any permanent employees.
There's another question from Councilor Coletta. The chair recognizes Councilor Coletta.
Thank you, Council President, and thank you for clarification on that. And just for further clarification, so unspent funds, what you just mentioned, will cover all of the personnel decreases that are listed in this report.
The chair recognizes Councilor Fernandez-Anderson.
Sorry, I think you, I want to understand your question. You said unspent funds will cover the decreases?
Yes, so what you were just saying, so you said you went through it with Karishma. So you're saying that all of that, the unspent funds that you referenced, will cover all of the personnel decreases that are listed here. So I see $2 million in personnel decrease in Public Works.
Are they coming from unspent funds? Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. That's the clarification I was looking for. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilor Coletta. The chair recognizes Councilor Murphy. Councilor Murphy, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I do just have a couple clarifying questions, and I'll follow up on that one, because I know this came up last year, and we did it differently last year, where we kind of voted on the decrease together, and we didn't, it wasn't put together the way it was this year. But I remember last year there was excess funds that showed on the books, say for the fire department, but when asked directly, they were like, wait, we don't end up with extra money. So after each department had their budget hearings, did you or our budget analyst call the department directly to say, hey, it looks to us like you still have money on the books come the end of June, we're going to be taking from that? Like, did we check in with them after? Because I know during the budget hearings, I was here with you, you did ask like to make sure that their numbers were up to date.
The chair, there's a question from Councilor Murphy on the floor. The chair recognizes Councilor Fernandez-Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, thank you, Councilor Murphy. That would be accurate. Not only did we ask in the hearing, we've asked in writing. We have raw data from the budget office, and the information that I did, not only did I pull every unspent fund, but then I also had our budget analysts, again, calculate what they would need to complete the year. So a little bit over what they would need. And again, to incorporate any other types of fees, amounts. But yes, to answer your question, yes. Not only did we ask in hearings, but we also have the information in raw data that we pulled from.
Okay, thank you. And maybe this is also to you or to anyone who knows. If the mayor approves an amendment, because I do agree with my colleagues that these are all wonderful ideas that were being put forward. If she approves an amendment but wants to change where the funding is coming from, can she do that without it having to come back to us and us approve it or not?
The chair recognizes Councilor Fernandez Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, Councilor Murphy, that would be accurate as well.
Okay.
And just for clarification, I think by what your statement about we are doing it differently, just more information, not different though.
Right. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, when different did not mean in any way I thought it was less or not.
There's so much more
So much more,
transparency.
yes. And one last thing, please. A quick thing too, I do just want to be clear to the public that the BPS budget was not allowed to be touched, so if you notice that no one was going toward any funding, because as many of you know that the BPS budget takes up a majority of all of our money in the city, so the BPS budget was not allowed to be touched. Because I know myself and another counselor, when we first put in the column, because for me at least, I'll speak for myself, that was the hardest part. Here's my good idea, I really think we should put more funding here, but then where do we take it from? So that being said, one last thing. Before we send it over, because I appreciate what Council Flaherty said, and don't feel very comfortable that we're taking so much from one department, is there an opportunity for us before the vote to go through the items, the amendments that did take from the Boston Police Department and have a discussion if the person who presented it or if us as a body can choose a different department so that we can come to a consensus and we don't lose all of these amendments?
The chair recognizes Councilor Fernandez Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Councilor Murphy, I appreciate your thoughtfulness. So today we will take a vote. I, as a chair of Ways and Means, have reserved all the dates between today and the 28th. We will be holding working sessions. The mayor has 1 week. She will return the budget to us with her recommendations. So these are recommendations. We put the recommendations, and then the mayor sends it back and does exactly what you're stating. She may say, I think yes, but different department. I think only half, but different department, or same department. So there's different ways, right? And then when it comes back, we will meet as a body in working sessions, and then we'll comb through every single one.
But
And
at
that is the
point-
time.
And that is at the point where only 5 of us then have to agree for it to pass.
5 to agree?
Yeah, for if the mayor sends it back, what Councilor Flaherty was saying.
That's
then
not true.
what-
That would be inaccurate. We would need, in order for us to override the mayor's veto, we would need 2/3 of the body's vote.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, President.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Eugene. Councilor Eugene, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank you, Councilor Fernandez Anderson, for your leadership on what I know has been a difficult and truncated schedule. I also just want to echo what my other colleagues have stated. A lot of these are great ideas, and I want to support them, including mine. And there are very few when I look at this list. I'm like, oh, I want to support all of these. I would like to say that there are just so many of our departments, we know that we don't have enough people working in so many of our city departments like Public Works, and we know it because like our neighborhoods aren't looking as great as they should. Our trash isn't being collected. Like there's some work that we need to do, and even if personnel, it's always smart, of course, to look at what isn't being used, but also like what is the impact for next year? Is that going to mean that they're not going to be able to hire these people in these departments where we want to have further investment? So I just, I was very wary about pulling from personnel in any of my amendments. So none of my amendments do that. And 2 of the big ones that my office has worked on, the new arrivals emergency shelter funding, that's interdepartmental, same with dedicated AOP community land trust funding. And then for a lot of the other amendments that we offered, whether it be the Black Heritage Trail signage or contract service level funding for the Mayor's Office of Immigrant Advancement, so that they're able to contract and do the work necessary as we have new migrants coming, or a municipal wage study to really study the idea of creating a municipal minimum wage and increasing the wages of our lowest paid salaries. We looked at the lines in the budget where for FY23, money, like a very low percentage of the money has been spent or encumbered. Like, for example, the $20,000 for the Vital Documents Waiver Pilot Program for Office of Returning Citizens. We're pulling $2,000 from 10 departments that have, where the department has not spent or encumbered less than 16% of their total allocation for fiscal year 23, signaling that they're unlikely to spend the remainder in fiscal year 23 and won't in 24. So just wanted to share my approach and sort of how we looked at the budget, really trying to be sensitive to departments and looking at how they spent their money over the past year to make sure that we weren't cutting too deeply into personnel. But I know that there are some really great ideas that we as a body support and that we want to advance, whether it be, you know, more money in Mayor's Office of Housing or more money for youth jobs so that we can pay our young people more. It's a theme that is very important, that we just pay people more in this very expensive city. But I think that we as a city council can work to figure out where that money is coming from. As you know, maybe what we've requested isn't going to be as high, right? Maybe we'll have to come down in certain areas and looking through the budget again through a fine-tooth comb. So thank you again, Chair, for your leadership.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Weejan. The chair recognizes Councilor Fernandez Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to thank everyone for their comments and feedback. Councilor Flaherty mentioned me several times, so I'm going to respond to some of the things and clarifications on the amendment and the process and how many votes, just for clarity, because we don't want to misinform. And also, Councilor Flaherty, I always respect your decorum, and I do not take any of what you said personally. I think that I will begin by saying that this budget, $4.2 billion, $4.2 billion operating budget for Boston. We're touching, or we're making recommendations of possibly amending in a total amount of $75 million point some other amounts. 75 million and so. And so when Councilor Flaherty talks about being smart, let's talk about that. When you have a committee, the Chair of Ways and Means then puts together the hearings, I have tallied and I have charts every single one of your attendances for hearings, working sessions, listening sessions, community sessions, every single one. This is not about shaming or anything like that. We are busy. We are inundated with tasks. People have family lives, and the outside sometimes looking in, it would appear a different way, but the perspective on the inside is that we have a lot of work on our hands, and we take it gracefully. We just get it done. And so imagine all of the hearings that I had to put together and facilitate, and the working session. I do it, I enjoy it, I think it's exciting. I think it's amazing that we are a body, that we can come together. And sometimes we disagree, and sometimes we don't, and sometimes we love each other, and sometimes whatever. It doesn't matter. I've come to a conclusion that it's not personal, and that this process, amendment process, allows us to make recommendations, to go to the mayor and come back. Simple. That's why when you say to the mayor, can you give me this on Capitol? She can say to you flat out, nope. She can look at you and she can say, nope. And she can count how many votes she needs, and she can do politics, or she can do what's priority based on the mayor. She's the mother. She has to take care of the city. So when we look at that, and that's not even personal, it's a good life. We're doing our job. Yes, it's proposing a large amount from areas that people thought that, one, unspent funds, or two, inflated budgets or 3. Some people might talk about reform, and so there needs to be a cut. No one is doing that. No one is trying to attack anyone, and no one, and again, take my word for it, we'll redo the math when we go into the working sessions. No one is trying to lay off or fire anyone. None of these numbers will touch employees or will impact people's employment, current employment. And as I said, I've also left funding behind to increase capacity based on department hearings, responses, administration's responses. As far as the process, what you see here today, I don't know if you noticed, but it's every single amendment that everyone proposed. If you had last-minute ideas this morning, obviously the report was already done or getting finalized, so I couldn't take it. I didn't hear from you. I went through the process. If you had issues with the way it was putting together, you could have came to the working session. Again, we'll not name names because I don't know the reasons why people didn't show up. But I will say that a democratic process looks like this. I'm not the queen of Zamunda, queen of my own home, but not of Zamunda. And so I felt the best way to do it is to allow everyone respect, to put it on the floor and say, Mayor, you're a smart girl. Take it away. Do what you gotta do. And she will. And she's brilliant. She's gonna go figure out, she got all these resources and teams, and she'll send it back to us. And we won't take it personal, hopefully. We'll say, hey, you know, I want this. And she'll cut it down, because she's gonna try to figure out, because the way she amended it is how she thinks it's perfect. But the amendment, the people spoke. The charter amendment says that we, the council, share the budget powers with the mayor. And so we have that right to listen to our people, to listen to our constituents, to listen to the advocates, and the people have spoken. Shared budget powers between council and mayor. What Councilor Flaherty is saying, I think he's confusing it with capital. It's not 5. It will go back. Today, because we only have 12 councilors, this means for those watching at home, we only need 7 votes to pass. It goes on to the mayor, and she will veto, or may not veto, maybe she'll pass all of this. She will veto with recommendations. It comes back. We will need 2/3, again, majority vote, to override the mayor's veto. That's how it works. We will not be able to override the mayor's veto with 5 votes. And no, I disagree with you, Councilor Flaherty. I respect you in terms of your delivery and how respectful, although very dramatic and colorful. I don't mind that part. But I disagree with you. It doesn't take away from our power. It's literally executing the power as the people have laid out for us. This is democracy. This is how it's done. I respect you as people. I'm not taking it personal. Each and one of you know why you advocated for what you advocated for. Here we are. We vote. It goes to the mayor. She does what she does. It comes back. Show up to the working sessions. Let's comb through every single one of it. And we'll take her recommendations or not, or in part of part, and then we'll vote again. That's the process. So stick around for the ride. You may learn a thing or two. It's going to be enjoyable. It's exciting. This is what we're doing. It's a new day. We have this power. Let's use it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilor Fernandez-Anderson. Councilor Fernandez-Anderson, the Chair of the Committee on Ways and Means, seeks acceptance of the committee report, passage of docket 0760 in an amended draft. The Chair recognizes Councilor Braden.
Yes, Mr. President. On the last page, page 18, Inspectional Services, $500,000 to fund an increase in staff with more advanced monitoring equipment to enforce existing noise ordinance. Inspectional services, that function has been moved over to the Public Health Commission. I just checked with inspectional services and they say that's correct. So I just want as a point of clarification, this last item on the docket, on the report.
The chair recognizes Councilor Fernandez Anderson. I want to get to a vote after Councilor Fernandez Anderson speaks. Councilor Fernandez Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Councilor Braden, for pointing that out. So I was not aware it was recommended by a councilor colleague. And what will happen is then, again, the mayor will do her due diligence, and she'll make remarks, and I just wanted to add this. The mayor may make remarks about, oh, this cut here is not a real cut, because then we have to give more money to overtime police, for example. And then we'll say, or we have said, well, if you invest in social determinants of health of our youth, then maybe we won't need so much overtime. Right? Or the mayor will say, well, that's way too much money for budgetary, Office of Participatory Budget. And I think that's crazy because, this is an example, she may say, I think that's crazy, that's too much, how can they spend that much in one time? We'll say, well, this is what we think, and maybe we'll meet each other in the middle, okay? So all of this is just a back and forth, and she can correct, and that's okay, that's the process. But it was recommended by someone else, and I appreciate you bringing it up.
Thank you, Councilor Braden. Thank you, Councilor Braden. Councilor Fernandez Anderson, the chair of the Committee on Ways and Means, seeks. Just in the interest of time, I'm not going to speak. Councilor Baker, Councilor Mayor. No, we're going to go into a vote. Councilor Fernandez Anderson, the chair of the Committee on Ways and Means, seeks acceptance of the committee report and passage of docket 0760 in an amended draft. Mr. Clerk, can we do a roll call vote?
Roll call vote on docket number 0760. Councilor Arroyo? Yes. Councilor Arroyo, yes. Councilor Baker? No. Councilor Baker, no. Councilor Braden? Yes. Councilor Braden, yes. Councilor Coletta? Yes. Councilor Coletta, yes. Councilor Fernandez Anderson? Yes. Councilor Fernandez Anderson, yes. Councilor Flaherty? No. Councilor Flaherty, no. Councilor Flynn?
No.
Councilor Flynn, no. Councilor Lara? Yes. Councilor Lara, yes. Councilor Lujan? Yes. Councilor Lujan, yes. Councilor Mejia? C. Councilor Mejia, C. Councilor Murphy? No. Councilor Murphy, no. And Councilor Worrell? Yes. Councilor Worrell, yes. Docket number 0760 has received 8 votes in the affirmative and 4 votes in the negative.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. This has passed in the amended draft. Per the request of Councilor Fernandez Anderson, the BPS budget at this time will not go forward. It will remain in her committee for further action.
Docket number.
That's 0761. That's on BPS. Mr. Clerk, we'll continue. We're on to motions, orders, and resolutions. Mr. Clerk, docket 1041, please.
Docket number 1041, Councilor Murphy offered the following. Ordinance amending the City of Boston Code. Ordinance Chapter 12 regarding cardiopulmonary resuscitation, CPR.
Thank you.
Thank you. The chair.
Who's next one?
The chair recognizes Councilor Murphy. Councilor Murphy, you have the floor.
Thank you. I'll wait. Sure. Okay. Thank you, Council President Flynn. I do just want to start by thanking former Councilor Anissa Rasabi George. She had started work on this and had left a lot of this information in our office. I do want to shout out Kate O'Donnell in our office and thank Attorney O'Donnell on central staff for helping us work on this, what I consider a very important ordinance. So, this is modeled off an amendment that this body changed the code a few years back when we were requiring concussion protocols. It's difficult to require CPR training for a graduation requirement. There would be many legal issues. So I'm putting forward that we change the city code so it would be more like we're making it a local law. We are strongly recommending that CPR training for all of our elementary, middle, and secondary students beginning at the age 9 and up, and all employees, coaches, and volunteers partake in CPR training. That being said, this ordinance amending the City of Boston Code, Chapters 7 regarding cardiopulmonary resuscitation, known as CPR. Each year in Massachusetts, coaches, athletic trainers, directors, game officials, nurses, student athletes, parents, and any family member that shows up to any game knows that mandatory concussion training in order to refresh their knowledge or concussion signs, symptoms, and protocols. Each year in the United States, roughly 52,000 people die as a result of a head injury. A 2020 study conducted by the National Library of Medicine measured the effectiveness of 3 major concussion prevention programs, finding that the concussion protocol programs increase knowledge about concussions and help reduce negative health outcomes for students. On January 2nd, the Buffalo Bills defender went into cardiac arrest. Many of us probably remember that. In the American Heart Association most recent heart and stroke statistics from 2022 concluded that there were roughly 400 annual fatalities by heart attack in the U.S., or 268,400 more deaths by heart attack than brain injury annually. In mid-February of this year, 12-year-old Elijah Jordan Brown Garcia from New Jersey, a state with no CPR training requirements, died after going into cardiac arrest at a football practice, since no coaches or spectators knew CPR to help him. Studies have shown that being trained in CPR provides the knowledge, confidence, and skills to stay calm in a medical emergency and help a person in need. Individuals certified CPR are prepared to make a difference in their community by being ready to jump into action anywhere a cardiac arrest happens, rather than being a bystander. Many common summer jobs for our teenagers, which many of us, if not all of us, have been advocating that more of our youth apply to lifeguard jobs and other summer jobs, babysitting, camp counselors, they require CPR certification. And the child care, hospitality, and medical fields require CPR training for most, if not all, of their jobs. Massachusetts is one of 10 states in the country that has yet to pass a law that requires CPR certification in order to receive a high school diploma. We know that CPR is a critical skill, and knowing CPR can give students the knowledge and skills they need to save a life in an emergency. About 90% of all heart attacks result in mortality, according to the CDC, and the immediate performance of CPR can double or even triple the chances of surviving a heart attack. Whereas death by heart failure is a public safety concern and could be greatly reduced with the implementation of CPR training procedures and protocols across Boston Public Schools and our community centers, similar to current concussion training protocols that this body put into place. Be it ordained by the City Council of Boston that the City of Boston Code, Ordinance Chapter 12, shall be amended by adding the following new sections. 1219 would be CPR training. 1219.1 is the provision that this section be applicable to all elementary, middle, and secondary schools and community centers within Boston. 1219.2 is that also all elementary, middle, secondary, and community centers in Boston shall implement CPR training programs for all students beginning at age 9 up, and also allowing this for employees and volunteers that work with our children. Also, that student athletes should ensure that all coaches, certified athletic trainers, volunteers complete the CPR training program also. It may be completed online or in person. And lastly, 1219.3 is the permitting requirements. Before the use of a facility owned by the City of Boston, any independent athletic organization must certify on a form approved by the Boston Parks and Rec Department and the Boston Centers for Youth and Families that they require CPR training for its coaches, athletes, referees, and athletic trainers. Section 2 of this would be a provision of the ordinance inservable, and if any provision or portion thereof should be held to be unconstitutional or otherwise invalid by any court or competent jurisdiction, such unconstitutionality or invalidity shall not affect the remaining provisions which remain in full force and effect. And also Section 3, that the act shall take effect immediately upon its passage. Thank you, Council President Flynn.
Thank you, Council Murphy. Would anyone else like to speak on this matter? Would anyone like to add their name? Please raise your hand. Mr. Clerk, can you please add Councilor Coletta, Councilor Eugene, Councilor Worrell, Councilor Mejia, Councilor Flaherty, Councilor Royal? Please add the chair. Docket 1041 will be assigned to the Committee on Government Operations. Mr. Clerk, can you please read docket 1042, please?
Docket number 1042, Councilor Murphy offered the following. Order for a hearing to address the correlation between Boston Public Schools spending and overall achievement.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Murphy. Councilor Murphy, you have the floor.
Thank you. So, as we're talking about the budget today, the BPS budget keeps growing even as student enrollment continues to decline. We are now the highest in the nation cost of $31,397 per student during the 2020-21 school year, and that represented nearly a 13% increase from the previous year. During the same period, unfortunately, BPS enrollment dropped around 2,500 students. There have been repeated requests for budget increases while student enrollment declines. This doesn't add up. How can a district continue to ask for more money when BPS isn't devoting enough for athletics, extracurriculars, before and after school programming, even though it has ample money to pay for it? There have been many hearings where counselors here have been advocating for more social workers and other programs for our students to thrive. We know that most schools still have to scramble to fill budget cuts. I myself, as a parent, but also now in this role, have gone to many school fundraisers where schools shouldn't have to rely on fundraising to provide students with basic things like buses for field trips, smart boards for classrooms, or even science supplies. And we know that most schools still have to do their own funding to provide everything they want for their students. So I'm filing this order in order for a hearing to address the correlation between the spending of the Boston Public School System and our overall achievement. What is our return on investment? We have a $1.5 billion budget request this year, which is an increase of $65 million. We also have $123 million in ESSER, which we have to spend soon. We spend more per student than any large urban public school system in the country. Despite that, there is declining enrollment across the system, paired with declining performance by every measure of achievement, health, and safety for a majority minority students in BPS. To me, that points to a public school system in crisis. BPS has an increasing rate of chronic absenteeism, which stands right now over 40% across the system. Just to make sure everyone understands, chronic absenteeism is measured at 10% absent or more. Of 180 school days, that's 18 school days a year. Many of our students are at 42% chronic absenteeism. So that means on any given day, 20,000 of our Boston Public School students are not in school buildings. And they're missing 75.6 school days each year. To me, that's startling that where are these 20,000 students who don't show up to school on any given day? BPS is also failing to reach a 50% of ACT grade level reading and math and readiness At many schools, more than 90% of students are not reading at grade level. Bus transportation continues to fail to meet basic state-mandated benchmarks for performance and safety, while spending on transportation continues to increase. We know that school buildings are lagging in maintenance and upkeep, with the plan for closing and consolidating programs that sometimes are stalled. We've increased the school budget by 39% over the last 4 years, and enrollment continues to decline at a higher rate than any other school system, and for reasons not related to the declining population of school-age children in Boston. Parents and families are voting with their feet, leaving the BPS in numbers not seen in generations. I am asking that the appropriate committee of the Boston City Council hold a hearing to discuss this correlation of spending and the overall achievement of our students. Thank you, Council President Flynn.
Thank you, Councilor Murphy. Would anyone else like to speak on this matter? The chair recognizes Councilor Mejia. Councilor Mejia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I'd like to thank my colleague, Councilor Murphy, for filing this hearing order. As the Chair of Education, I have always asked BPS, what is our return on investment? In fact, I've been asking that same question since 2020, and yet we keep hearing crickets, right? So hearing after hearing, it's the same old story. We need this, we need that. But I'm incredibly hopeful and encouraged by the progress that BPS is making. And I look forward to learning a little bit more about Dollar for Dollar and the impact that it's making on our students. As a BPS graduate who did not have the privilege of escaping our Boston Public Schools by going to a private school or somewhere else, I understand the importance of what it looks like when you are left to learn in a crumbling system. I also know, as someone who was chronically absent and has worked with students who are chronically absent today, that in order for us to really get our students back into schools, we're going to need to continue to support programming that is targeted, particularly to recent arrivals and students who have special learning needs. I think that we need to identify the underlying issues, such as ineffective resource allocations, culturally unresponsive teaching methods, lack of targeted support, systemic barriers that are preventing BPS students from reaching their full potential. I think that this is an opportunity for us to recognize that it is unacceptable that our student achievements are not reflected of the level of investments that we have been making, and I want to applaud my colleague for uplifting that. And so with that said, I am happy to know that we are going to continue to have conversations regarding the BPS budget. And my hope is that at some point, and I'm glad to see the growth mindset, that we're not doing 20-page PowerPoints now that we have condensed the way we show up. But I do think that we still have a lot to learn when it comes to really looking at dollar for dollar and the investments that we're making to support our students. I know that for myself, a lot of the innovative programming that we have done has been under volunteer of my own time, tapping into my own personal network to be able to support and supplement a lot of these activities. And I think that BPS has an opportunity to really start reevaluating the top heaviness of what we see in the central staff and making sure that those dollars are getting into the classroom. So I would like to add my name to this docket and look forward to having an expedited hearing if it falls into my committee, Councilor Murphy, because I do believe it is timely and I think it's important for us to really hold BPS accountable, and I look forward to that conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Mejia. Would anyone else like to speak on this matter? Would anyone like to add their name? Please add Councilor Mejia. I'm sorry. Please add Councilor Mejia, Councilor Eugene, Councilor Coletta, Councilor Flaherty. Please add the chair. I wasn't going to speak on this matter. I just had one question. I know it could be discussed at the hearing, Councilor Murphy. Just to clarify, did you say over the last 4 years the BPS budget went up almost 39%?
With the decline in enrollment, so if you adjust the decline in enrollment to the amount each year they're asking more of, yes.
Thank you, Councilor Murphy.
Thank you.
This docket will be assigned to the Committee on Education. Mr. Clerk, can you please read docket 1043?
Docket number 1043, Councilors Coletta and Murphy offer the following. Order for a hearing to discuss increasing emergency services in tandem with population growth.
And I just want to remind my colleagues, if we can all stay in here, because I don't want to break in not having a quorum. The chair recognizes Councilor Coletta. Councilor Coletta, you have the floor.
Thank you, Council President Flynn, and I'd like to suspend Rule 12 and add Councilor Braden as a third co-sponsor.
Council Braden is not here.
Can I do that while she's not?
Yeah, I wouldn't be able to add her unless she's here.
All right.
But the
Let's
chair
move forward.
recognizes Council Coletta.
We don't have a quorum. Recess.
We're in a brief recess.
Mr. Clerk, please read docket 1044.
No, we're still at 1.
Oh, my God, sorry, beg your pardon. I don't have that page.
We're still at 1043, Councilor.
Councillor Flynn, you have the floor. Oh, we're in recess, beg your pardon. We're back in session. Councillor Coletta, you have the floor.
Thank you, Councilor Braden. I hope that now that you're here, I'm able to add you as a third co-sponsor. Yes, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Hearing no objections, I'm going to be added. Thank you.
Beautiful. All right. The City of Boston intends to grow by 150,000 individuals to 800,000 individuals by 2030. Little attention has been paid to how we can absorb this growth responsibly and how city services will be able to keep up with and meet the demands of our infrastructure, from our streets, our transit networks, to school seats, all the way down to Boston Water and Sewer. This order is focusing in on the city's exponential growth on emergency services. EMS and fire are trained to care for patients and answer the call, and they have for 134,000 medical emergencies just in 2022 alone. They serve admirably and deserve adequate support from the city. This order was inspired by, and she's okay, is my understanding. On May 19th, a Charlestown elderly woman was in need of assistance. A fire truck came within 15 minutes, but an EMS ambulance arrived an hour after they were dispatched. The ambulance was coming from a different neighborhood, and that woman waited precious minutes for that service. Short response times save lives, It is crucial that as we grow, we are adequately planning, investing, and staffing emergency services to quite literally have the ability to save lives in these precious moments. I appreciated the answers given by Chief Hooley and EMS and OEM during our recent budget hearing. I really think that we need to dive deeper into these conversations. I asked for benchmarks of what is the ideal ratio of ambulance bays to people and population so that we can grow responsibly. And so in partnership with my colleagues, I look forward to that conversation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Coletta. Councillor President Flynn, you have the floor.
Thank you, and thank you for Councillor Coletta for bringing this forward. I found the minutes of response from the EMS and the Boston Fire Department. One was 15 minutes and one was an hour. Was that? I find that timing very, very disturbing, and I'm just glad to have a colleague like Councillor Coletta that really understands the importance of these neighborhood and city services and how they impact people's lives. So just want to add my name and say thank you to Councillor Coletta for sponsoring this important discussion.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Councillor.
Councillor Murphy.
Sure, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Coletta, for working with me on this, and Councillor Braden, I look forward to working with you. A swift and timely response from medical personnel is crucial, and in some instances, life-saving. We know 2 weeks ago at our hearing, we had the EMS in here, thanking them for their tireless work that they do every day for our city to respond to the medical needs of all the residents in Boston. But they're not always able to respond as quickly as they need to. By properly funding our EMS and responding properly to growth in different areas of the city, this will ensure response time within minutes and will save lives. I do want to credit Councillor Flynn and Flaherty, who have been advocating for an additional EMS station down at the South Boston waterfront. And I do know that from these hearings that we will discuss that it's not about shifting money and allocation, it's about adding. We need to add more to our EMS, not just shift staffing. I do want, thank you, Councillor Coletta, for uplifting the incident that did happen a few weeks ago in Charlestown. We're also experiencing an overdose epidemic in Charlestown right now. We've had 6 fatal overdoses in the last month, and calling the EMS and making sure they can get there in time is definitely life-saving. So I look forward to working with my colleagues on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Murphy. Anyone else like to speak? I'm the third added. Thank you, Councillor Coletta, for adding me as the third co-sponsor. I'm delighted to see this hearing order. District 9, our real population in District 9 right now is 80,000 because we had an undercount, a significant undercount in the last census. So we have 80,000 right now, and our projected growth is probably going to hit 95 or 100,000 in the next 10 years. And we have 2 ambulance bays, and we do not have any advanced life support. The advanced life support has to come from Beth Israel Longwood Medical Area. And as we all know, traffic out to Alston Brighton is pretty heavy. It's a long, bit like Charlestown and East Boston. There's parts of our city that are cut off. And we really feel strongly that we need more EMS stations, more trucks out in Alston Brighton. So I look forward to this conversation, and thank you so much for raising this very important issue. Anyone else like to speak on this matter? Anyone else like to add their name? Councillor Arroyo, Councillor Flynn, Councillor Flaherty, Councillor Louis-Jean, Councillor Mejia, Councillor Worrell. Thank you. Docket, what number? Docket 043, 1043 will be referred to the Committee on Safety and Criminal Justice. Thank you. Mr. Clerk, are we on to docket 0144?
Docket number 1044, Councillor Flynn offered the following. Order for a hearing to bring City of Boston board meetings, abutters meetings, city council meetings, and related business back in person with a hybrid option for accessibility.
The chair recognizes Councillor Flynn. Councillor Flynn, you have the floor.
Thank you, Council Braden. Council Braden, may I add Council Murphy as an original co-sponsor?
Hearing no objection, you may add Councillor Murphy.
Thank you. This is a hearing to discuss bringing boards, city business back in person for many reasons. One is I think it's a better dialogue with residents and city officials to have in-person meetings. The engagement and the follow-up, the one-on-one question, I think is more effective in learning about a particular issue. Sometimes over Zoom, you don't get all of the information. Sometimes people have technical issues in many parts of the city as well that don't allow them to engage in a particular city department effectively. The other reason, I think it's also important to bring people back to downtown Boston, to bring people back to the financial district, to bring people back to City Hall, and to have these discussions in person at the BPDA, at the ZBA, at the City Council, at other areas, would have more people coming into Boston, into the downtown area, spending their money, going to restaurants, being visible, going to Downtown Crossing. I was there last night for a Downtown Residents Association. They were asking me, the residents were asking me, when are we going to open up 100% to ensure accessibility, to ensure transparency, and to support our businesses in the financial district, in the downtown area, and in and around City Hall. I think that's critical. I want to thank Mayor Wu and her team for their continued efforts on this important issue as well. I'm hoping for a productive conversation as we work together to bring foot traffic, businesses, residents more engaged in the downtown area. It's better for our economy. It supports small businesses. Our small businesses are struggling in the downtown area. Our business community in the financial district is probably about a quarter off since before the pandemic. And it would also show the business community that we're serious also about having a strong and vibrant downtown economy, making sure that we're open, we're accessible, people come to City Hall to engage city officials, in that we are also supporting our small businesses who rely on the foot traffic in and out of City Hall to support their small business and their workers as well. Thank you, Councilor Braden.
Thank you, Councillor Flynn. Councillor Murphy, you have the floor.
Thank you, and thank you, Councillor Flynn, for adding me on. I'll just add that during these conversations, I want to make sure that we add the Boston School Committee and that their hearings are back in person. I hear time and time again from so many families that they feel like they cannot effectively advocate for their children and their education when they're forced to sign up a few days before and then be stuck in a waiting room. And many people, and I can't give them a good answer, why are they still remote when everyone in BPS, the students and teachers and everyone else is back in person. So looking forward to this conversation for these hearings and hope that we can accomplish what Councillor Flynn already mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Murphy. Anyone else wish to speak on this matter? Anyone else like to add their name? Councillor Coletta, Councillor Flaherty, Councillor Louisiane, Councillor Mejia, Councillor Worrell and Councillor Braden. Docket 1044 will be referred to the Committee on City Services and Innovation Technology. Mr. Clerk, please read docket 1045.
Docket number 1045, Councilor Flynn offered the following. Resolution calling on the Massachusetts Legislature to pass an act providing a local option incentivizing landlords to rent unsubsidized properties at below rent market.
Councillor Flynn, Councillor President Flynn, you have the floor.
Thank you, Council Braden. I know there was a typo in the original resolution. I just want to see if we're able to substitute a new one. It should be on people's desk.
Councillor Flynn asked for substitution since there's been a typo. Does everyone get, wait till we get it. Councillor Fernandez-Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm sorry, I was multitasking. Can you please add my name to the previous resolution about the abutters meeting in person related to back in person and hybrid option?
Yeah. Mr. Clerk, could you add Councillor Fernandez-Anderson to the previous docket 1044? Thank you. Has everyone got the amended docket?
No. But, Council Braden, may I go on to docket 1046 until, skip to 1046 and go back to the other one?
Yeah, certainly. Thank you, Councillor Flynn. Mr. Clerk, we'll move on to the next docket and we'll come back to the previous one.
Docket number 1046, Councilor Flynn offered the following. Resolution recognizing June as Pride Month.
The Chair recognises Councillor Flynn. Councillor Flynn, you have the floor.
Thank you, Council Braden. And Council Braden, may I add you as an original co-sponsor?
Hearing no objection, you may add my name to the... please continue, Councillor Flynn.
Thank you, Council Braden. And I will be brief. I know my colleagues on this body have done more work on this issue than probably me, but I do want to acknowledge all of my council colleagues for their work, and Mayor Wu for their work in support of the LGBTQ community. I'm proud to have a large community in the South End, in South Boston as well, in the downtown area. And my focus today, Madam Council Braden, is the hate crimes that we're seeing throughout Massachusetts, but also throughout the country against the LGBTQ community, against the immigrant community as well, people of color, but the violence, the intimidation, the harassment against the LGBTQ community continues here in Massachusetts. It continues across the nation. One of the issues I've been active on, along with my colleagues, really, is working with the Boston Children's Hospital in their outreach to children in that community. But we're also seeing a lot of hatred and violence directed at this wonderful hospital for some of the services they are providing. That's just one small example. The other examples that we frequently see is these white supremacists or Nazis, really, marching throughout Boston, intimidating people of color, the LGBTQ community, immigrant neighbors as well. So what I want to do is acknowledge that June is Pride Month, celebrate the enormous contributions this community has made to our city and country, and to continue working to promote and support civil rights and human rights here in Boston and across the country. Thank you, Council Braden.
Thank you, Council President Flynn. I'll just take a moment or two. As you know, I came here in '95 I left Northern Ireland for many reasons, but one of the primary reasons was that I couldn't actually live my life and be myself and be out in my community, in my workplace. I always felt afraid. And when I came to Boston, my roommates took me to my first Pride, Boston Pride. And we went into Old South and had an interfaith service. And I sat next to a really nice guy from Dorchester who happened to have a load of hankies, tissues in his pocket, because I cried most of the service because I'd never sat in a place of worship that actually saw me and respected me and my humanity and my dignity. So it was very, very moving. And then I stepped out into the bright sunlight on Boylston Street, and there was the mayor of Boston with a police colour guard, and I thought I'd been transported to another planet. So I think Boston has a very, very proud and long history of standing up for human rights and for LGBTQ plus rights, and I'm so proud to be a member of this body and to be an out lesbian on this body. It's not something you set out to be, to put yourself out there, but here we are. And it's just an honour, and I want to thank Councillor Flynn for including me on this resolution to recognise June as Gay Pride Month. We have a huge amount of work to do to push back against this tide of hate, misinformation and prejudice that's sort of seeping back out of the sidewalk everywhere we go, all across the country. So, you know, even though we live in Massachusetts, we live in Boston, we still have to be guarded and ready to defend our rights to exist and to be respected and to live with dignity in our communities. So thank you, and I'm very proud to be a member of this body and to have this resolution today. Councillor Flaherty, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As the very first city councilor, first citywide, countywide elected official to publicly support marriage equality in Boston, I wholeheartedly sign on to this resolution recognizing Pride Month here in the city. My cousin was brutally murdered, bludgeoned in Florida because he didn't feel comfortable being out in Boston. And that was in 1994. And do I wish that, so the Boston of today would have been present in 1994. He would probably still be alive. And frankly, it was so horrendous. It's why I don't support individuals that participate in heinous crimes like that from voting ever again. I just think they've lost the ability to do that. And we had something on this floor a few weeks ago. If they had broken it down to misdemeanors and certain felonies, I probably would be okay with it. But crime of murder, and particularly in that particular instance where he was sought out because he was in the LGBT community, I can't support that. But I want to let folks know that the LGBT community is under attack, and the Human Rights Campaign, which I served as a keynote speaker years ago, has just declared a state of emergency for the LGBTQ plus Americans, and now is the time for this body to stand up and to support all of our LGBTQ friends and neighbors who are such an important part and fabric of our city. It's what makes our city the great city is. It's its diversity, and the LGBTQ plus community lends a great hand to that. So, and happy Pride Month to you, my colleague, and look forward to having this adopted today. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Flaherty, and thank you for being such a strong ally to the LGBT community. Councillor Louis-Jean, you have the floor.
Thank you. Just want to rise and say happy Pride Month to everyone in the city of Boston. We also want to acknowledge Councillor Flaherty, sorry for the loss in your family. I think it's because of that, it's really important to remember that the first Pride was a riot, and it was a riot and an uprising really against police brutality and the treatment of queer folks in New York City that really has rippled and has now become like a national event that is really hyper-localized to the events that members of the queer community, LGBTQ plus community feel and identify with. So I think it's really important as we talk about the rise in hatred and in xenophobia that we are seeing, and transphobia, that we remember that it's all about a march towards inclusion, and one that's about celebration, which we will be doing this Saturday at the Pride for the People Parade, but also one that demands us to think about how our systems are and aren't responding to people I think about in your district, about the mural to Rita Hester and how beautiful that is, and how that's a reminder of the particular violence that Black trans women face in our city and around the country. So it's just a recommitment to do the work as we celebrate what Pride has become. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Louis-Jean. Would anyone else like to speak on this matter? Would anyone else like to add their name? Councillor Arroyo, Councillor Flaherty, Councillor Louis-Jean, Councillor Mejia, Councillor Murphy, Councillor Worrell. Councillors Flynn and Braden seek suspension of the rules and adoption of docket 1046. All those in favour say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. The ayes have it. This docket has been adopted. Thank you. Is there another one? Oh yes, regardless, yes, we're going back to, do we need to read that one in again? Mr. Clerk, could you read in docket 1045?
Docket number 1045, Councilor Flynn offered the following. Resolution calling on the Massachusetts legislature to pass an act providing a local option incentivizing landlords to rent unsubsidized properties at below market rent.
Councillor Flynn, you have the floor.
Thank you, Councillor Braden. This is a resolution to support a proposal sponsored by State Senator Lydia Edwards, our former council colleague, up at the State House. Myself and Councillor Edwards worked on a few tax-related issues when we were colleagues here. This bill would provide a state tax credit to landlords that rent below market to groups such as seniors and families, and municipalities can opt in to offer additional tax credits. The credit is capped at $2,000 a unit and amounts to the difference between the market value and the actual rent, and creates a local option for cities. Many families and seniors are often unable to afford rents at market value, but are also unable to qualify for housing voucher programs because they have incomes that exceed the eligibility of receiving housing vouchers. This state bill, would provide incentives for landlords to rent below market rate, which many of them do, which would then help our seniors and families gain housing stability and increase the amount of housing that is affordable. I think that this is a great strategy, and I'm advocating for similar tax incentive that's $6,000 a year, but I hope that we're able to support this resolution and send our support for this bill. Again, it was sponsored by our former city councilor colleague, Lydia Edwards. Thank you, Councilor Braden.
Thank you, Councillor Flynn. I just want to check that our colleagues have all got the amended language. Everyone has it. Okay. Would anyone else like to speak on this matter? Councillor Murphy.
Just want to thank rise to thank Council President Flynn. And I know that when the rent control bill came through here a few months ago, I heard from a lot of landlords and tenants too that their landlords already charge them unsubsidized housing. They're already not charging them market rent. I know it doesn't happen for everyone, but those who do. So I appreciate you putting this forward so that we can incentivize and those who are already doing it to get a tax break, and it may rise the number of landlords who are willing, because many landlords do quietly just help out their tenants in many ways. So thank you for filing this.
Would anyone else like to add their name? Councillor Arroyo, Councillor Flaherty, Councillor Louis-Jean, Councillor Mejia, Councillor Murphy, Councillor Worrell, and please add my name. Councillor Flynn seeks suspension of the rules and adoption of docket 1045. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. This docket has been adopted. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Braden. We're on to personnel orders. Mr. Clerk, can you please read docket 1047?
Docket number 1047, Counsel Flynn for
The
Counsel
chair
Arroyo.
seeks suspension of the rules and passage of this docket. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. The ayes have it. This docket is passed. Mr. Clerk, please read docket 1048.
Docket number 1048, Counsel Flynn for Counsel
The
Mejia.
chair seeks suspension of the rules and passage of this docket. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. The ayes have it. This docket is passed. Mr. Clerk, please read docket 1049.
Docket number 1049, Counsel Flynn for Counsel Mejia.
The chair seeks suspension of the rules and passage of this docket. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. The ayes have it. This docket is passed. Mr. Clerk, please read docket 1050.
Docket number 1050, Counsel Flynn for
The
Counsel
chair seeks
Coletta.
suspension of the rules and passage of this docket. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. The ayes have it. This docket is passed. Mr. Clerk, please read docket 1051.
Docket number 1051, Counsel Flynn for Counsel
The chair seeks
Coletta.
suspension of the rules and passage of this docket. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. The ayes have it. This docket is passed. Mr. Clerk, please read docket 1052.
Docket number 1052, Counsel Flynn for Counsel
The
Murphy.
chair seeks suspension of the rules and passage of this docket. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. The ayes have it. This docket is passed. Mr. Clerk, please read docket 1053.
Docket number 1053, Counsel Flynn for Counsel
The
Worrell.
chair seeks suspension of the rules and passage of this docket. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. The ayes have it. This docket is passed. Mr. Clerk, please read docket 1054.
Docket number 1054, Counsel Flynn for
The
Counsel
chair seeks
Flaherty.
suspension of the rules and passage of this docket. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. The ayes have it. This docket is passed. Mr. Clerk, please read docket 1055.
Docket number 1055, Counsel Flynn for Counsel
The
Flaherty.
chair seeks suspension of the rules and passage of this docket. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. The ayes have it. This docket is passed. Mr. Clerk, please read docket 1056.
Docket number 1056, Counsel Flynn for Counsel
The
Murphy.
chair seeks suspension of the rules and passage of this docket. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. The ayes have it. This docket is passed. Mr. Clerk, please read docket 1057.
Docket number 1057, Counsel Flynn for
The chair
Counsel
seeks
Murphy.
suspension of the rules and passage of this docket. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The docket is passed. Docket 1058 has been withdrawn. Mr. Clerk, please read docket 1059.
Docket number 1059, Counsel Flynn for Counsel Worrell.
The chair seeks suspension of the rules and passage of this docket. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. The ayes have it. This docket is passed. Mr. Clerk, please read docket 1060.
Docket number 1060, Counsel Flynn for Counsel Worrell.
The chair seeks suspension of the rules and passage of this docket. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. The ayes have it. This docket is passed. We're on to late files. I'm informed by the clerk that there are 7 late file matters, including 6 personnel orders, a communication from Councilor Braden. We're going to, well, all these late file matters should be on everyone's desk. I'm going to take a few seconds to confirm they're on everyone's desk. Everybody have the late file matters? Okay. We'll take a vote to add these late file matters into the official agenda. All those in favor of adding the late file matters into the agenda, please say aye. Aye. Thank you. These late file matters have been added into the agenda. The chair recognizes Council Mejia. Council Mejia, you have the floor.
Thank you, President Flynn. I don't have access to the late file, so I just wanted to note that. And I just have a question if any of my late files are any of my personnel orders, because I think there was a late file and I want to withdraw those for now. There was a mistake, so I need to withdraw those.
We don't have any late files.
They're not from me.
No.
Council Mejia, do you want to try to get these further late file matters added at this time, or
Yes, I
are
think
are they,
so.
are they,
Yeah.
are they
No,
here?
I'm not sure because I don't have them in front of me, so I don't know if any of my late files, if there are any of my personnel late files.
Okay,
No,
yeah, yeah.
It's just
We're gonna,
one.
We're going to take a brief recess, and Councilman here, I can talk to you. Mr. Clerk, we're still at the late files. As of now, we have seven late file matters, 6 were the personnel orders, and then a document from Council Braden. Yeah, would you please read that, Mr. Clerk?
Late file matters submitted by Council Elizabeth Braden. Communication was received from Council Elizabeth Braden regarding an intended motion to enter into executive session on June 14, 2023 to discuss litigation.
Council Flaherty, did you have a question?
Yeah, just for the chair, to the maker, I just want to get some clarity of whether it's the Corporation Counsel is going to be coming into executive session to brief us, or are our attorneys doing that? And then through the chair to the clerk, just for everyone's edification, I think that we may have a similar matter that's been filed, not an executive session request, but a committee request to discuss the litigation. Through the chair, does it make sense to combine them into the executive session? But my primary question is, will Corporation Counsel and/or our attorneys, I think there's 2 firms involved in this, will they be here to brief us, number one? 2, there's another docket that competes with this, not executive session competition, but on the merits in terms of looking at litigation. I think it was filed a couple of weeks ago. It might have been, through the chair, might have been our colleague, Councilor Murphy, I think. Does it have a docket number?
Yeah, it went to the
So if there's, so my point is, if they're similar in manner and nature, we clearly have a council rule that we need to kind of navigate. But again, it was a request for a hearing. This is an executive session request. I'm assuming that they're same but different, but we may want to combine the 2. But more importantly, if we're going to go into executive session, I just want to make sure through the chair to the maker that Corporation Counsel and both of the firms that represent us, I think they need to come front and center. We're paying them big dough. They should be here. Thank you, Mr. President.
Well, thank you, Council Flaherty. I'm going to recognize Councilor Braden unless, Mr. Clerk, did you want to add anything that might be relevant before Councilor Braden speaks? Okay. The chair recognizes Councilor Braden, and Councilor Braden, obviously, if you're able to include in your talk, in your discussion, maybe a response to Councilor Flaherty. The chair recognizes Councilor Braden.
Thank you, Mr. President. To answer Councillor Flaherty's question, on May 17th, our Corporation Counsel did communicate with all of us. We got a memo, a confidential memo, offering us an opportunity to convene an executive session regarding redistricting. And given the fact that we're still in an unresolved legal situation with unresolved issues regarding redistricting, I'd like to propose that we consider voting at our next meeting to convene an executive session to discuss directly with the law department and our legal counsel where we're at and what's the way forward with this. It's really just to get a status update, and since this was a confidential communication with all of us, I felt that an executive session would be an appropriate way to go. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilor Braden. Councilor Flaherty, does that answer your question? Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Baker. Councilor Baker, you have the floor.
A couple questions to the maker. Well, this might be to you, Alex. Why do we need to file today to go in next week?
No.
So, like, my question would be, why are we filing this here and not going into executive session now?
There was a question on the floor. I'm going to give Councilor Braden an opportunity to respond. Councilor Braden?
I think, given that we are trying to have our corporation counsel and their legal counsel attend such an executive session, it's a courtesy to give them a week's notice so that they could be available next week. And it will be, we will move from we will vote whether to, next week we would have a vote to convene in executive session. It's also giving adequate notice that this is what we'd like to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Braden. The chair recognizes Councilor Baker, and then I'm going to go to Councilor Arroyo. Councilor Baker.
Yeah, sorry, I had a couple questions, and you may have answered it through Council Flaherty. So is Povich and Marshall and Miller going to be here? And then I have another question is, I'm not going to be here next year, and where I was the one on the menu, I would like to have this session when I'm present, if that's possible. If it's undoable, unworkable, fine, but I should be at this working session. I'm not going to be at next week's meeting. So first question, Povich, Marshall, and Miller, the people that the taxpayers are paying upwards of $200,000, are they going to be there, or is it just corporate counsel?
Thank you, Councilor Baker. Let me give Councilor Braden an opportunity to respond. Councilor Braden?
We have communicated with Corporation Counsel that this is it's something we'd like to do, and that I'm assuming that they will communicate. We sent, as we speak, we've sent off this notice, and I will leave it to Corporation Counsel if they bring in their legal advisors in this situation. I would anticipate, yes, that we would have outside legal counsel available.
Thank you, Councilor Braden. The chair recognizes Councilor Arroyo. Councilor Arroyo, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think my questions have been answered. I would also like the legal counsel there, just so that we can have it's executive session, so we can have a real conversation about defense strategy moving forward, defense strategy at that time. All of those different questions, which I think would be answerable in that executive session, but also probably best answered by those folks being present. So I would just second that request. So that is it. I support going to executive session. I believe that's the only way we can actually get have an adequate conversation with the legal counsel as a body. So I support going into executive session, and I would also echo other councilors' calls that they be present. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Arroyo. I'm going to go back to Councilor Baker. Councilor Baker, you have the floor.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank you for mentioning that. I'm not going to be here next Wednesday. If we could do it Tuesday, I know it's not the week that we need, but that would, and again, if it's undoable, it's undoable, but for obvious reasons, I would like to be in the room.
Oh, I don't. Okay. Councilor Baker, I just been informed by the clerk, we only can go into executive session coming from this session here.
So another question, what do you mean? We can only win from the Wednesday meeting?
From the Wednesday meeting.
So request for the following one, for the budget, that budget week, the week we take the budget vote, the 28th, I think. Which would be 2 weeks, because we lose a week with the vacation. Again, undoable. Maybe I can zoom in. I know where. Would there be an opportunity for me to zoom in?
There might be. I don't have that question, but I think it's a reasonable request.
Okay, so I'll leave it at that then. Have the meeting when you can have the meeting, and I'm going to advocate through you to see if I can zoom. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilor Baker. My question just to Councilor Braden, would that include the City of Boston Legal Department, Law Department being present as well?
Yes, that was the offer that was made. May 15th, I think it was. Where's my docket? Yes, they offered that. They offered that opportunity for us to convene an executive session back in May 17th. So I know it seems late in the day, but we're still in an uncertain legal place. So it'd be nice to get an update on where we're standing at this moment.
I apologize, Councilor Braden. We don't have a quorum. We're back in session. Council, the chair recognizes Councilor Braden, and Councilor Braden, I ended the meeting very briefly because there wasn't a quorum. I apologize for cutting you off, but the chair recognizes Councilor Braden.
I think, as I just said, the Corporation Council sent a memo on May 17th offering this facility to us to discuss the legal case. And since we still find ourselves in a non-resolved situation, I feel that it might be useful just to take them up on that offer and meet in executive session. So that's really, there's no nefarious thinking about this. It's just really just to try and get an update in real time about where we are. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Braden. Is anyone else looking to speak on this matter? This will be placed on this.
Place on file. Or communication.
Okay. This late file matter will go to the committee in the whole. Mr. Clerk, can we go on to the 6 personnel orders, please?
First personnel order, Council Flynn for Council Worrell.
The chair seeks suspension of the rules and passage of this late file matter. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. The ayes have it. This late file matter has passed. Mr. Clerk, the next late file matter.
Personnel order, Council Flynn for Council
The
Fernandez
chair seeks
Anderson.
suspension of the rules and passage of this late file matter. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All the opposed say nay. The ayes have it. This late file matter has passed. Mr. Clerk, can you please read the next late file matter?
Personnel order, Council Flynn for Councilor
The
Fernandez
chair
Anderson.
seeks suspension of the rules and passage of this late file matter. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. This late file matter has passed. Mr. Clerk, can you please read the next late file matter?
Personnel order, Council Flynn for Councilor Fernandez Anderson.
Chair seeks suspension of the rules and passage of this late file matter. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. This late file matter has passed. Mr. Clerk, the next late file matter?
Personnel order filed by Council Flynn.
Chair seeks suspension of the rules and passage of this late file matter. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. This late file matter has passed. Mr. Clerk, the next late file matter?
Personnel order filed by Council Flynn.
Chair seeks suspension of the rules and passage of this late file matter. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. This late file matter has passed. Is there one other one, Mr. Clerk?
No,
Okay. We're on to the green sheets. I'm going to recognize Councilor Coletta. Councilor Coletta, you have the floor at this time.
Thank you so much, Council President Flynn, and I apologize for the back and forth. I received news that on docket 0760, because there was not a balance within departments, there are certain amendments that I had put forth that ultimately, due to a net decrease, would not actually happen. And so I'm moving for reconsideration of my vote for docket 0760 in the negative. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Coletta. Let me just go back to that. Mr. Clerk, can we revisit docket 0760, please?
That's the operating budget.
Could we have the record reflected that Councilor Coletta is a no vote on docket 0760?
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Coletta. And
Yes.
Mr. Clerk, and that's documented.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I'm going to recognize Councilor Murphy. Councilor Murphy, you have the floor.
Thank you, and I know that the Chair of Ways and Means isn't here now, but could you let us know, does that mean, what is the total vote now? And what does that mean? Did it pass or not? Did that change it?
Let me, thank you, Councilor Murphy.
Just want it on the record.
Mr. Clerk, can you,
Majority is 7, so it's still 7.
Okay. Yep, I just wanted to make sure it's clear to
Okay.
the public. Thank you.
thank you, Councilor Murphy. We're on to the consent agenda. Okay. I've been informed by the clerk that there are two additions to the consent agenda. The chair moves for adoption of the consent agenda. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. The consent agenda has been adopted. We're on to memorials. Today, we're going to adjourn in memory of the following. For Councilor Braden, Mary Hickey. For Councilor Coletta, James Jimmy Hingston. For Councilor Flynn, Jim Capano. For Councilors Flynn, Flaherty, and Baker, Daniel Parker. For Councilor Flaherty, Anna Nesditkis. For Councilor Louisiane, Diane Marie Dijon. A moment of silence, please. I also want to give my colleagues an opportunity if they would like to highlight a loved one, a family member, a constituent, a friend that has passed away. Please let me know, and I'll go around, starting on the right-hand side. The chair moves that when the council adjourns today, that we do so in memory of those individuals that we mentioned. We are now scheduled to meet again in the Ionella Chamber on Wednesday, June 14th at 12 noon. And before we adjourn, I want to say thank you to the city clerk, the assistant clerk, the stenographer, to my city council colleagues and their staff, the city council central staff as well, and to the mayor's intergovernmental affairs team that worked with us in a professional manner during this budget process. Let me recognize Councilor Flaherty. Councilor Flaherty. Okay. The chair recognizes Councilor Worrell.
I have two items. One, is it too late to pull something from the green sheets? Sorry, everyone. I just had to run to my office.
Is it that urgent that it has to be done now?
No, it doesn't have to be done
Okay.
now. The other item is I would like to reconsider my vote on docket number, I think it's 0760.
Mr. Clerk, can we go back to the record on docket 0760 and revisit that docket and change the vote for Councilor Worrell to...
Present.
To what?
Present.
To present. On docket 0760. Councilor Worrell's on docket 0760, you are recorded as present on that docket. according to the clerk, on that docket, on docket 0760, there are 6 in the affirmative. Yeah. We're going to call a brief recess. We're back in session.
We're gonna do it anyway. We agreed with each other. Did we? On the process, yeah.
Mr. Clerk, would you highlight what the next step is on that docket, please?
Okay. On docket number 0760, which is the operating budget and tax orders, the vote at the beginning of the meeting was 8 votes in the affirmative and 4 votes in the negative. 2 councils have since changed their votes from a yes vote and one to a no vote, and the second council had changed it from a yes vote to present. So that means that there is only 6 votes in the affirmative. That does not constitute a majority. So having said that, the docket number 0760 will be remanded back to the Committee on the Ways and Means.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I am going to allow more discussion, although I'm 1 minute away from adjourning, but I do want to acknowledge my 2 colleagues. Let me acknowledge Councilor Fernandez Anderson, then I'll ask Councilor Flaherty to respond.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to, no discussion here. As the chair, I think it's appropriate for me to explain that in terms of our schedule, now that the budget is staying and remaining in committee, this means that it is not going to the mayor for assessing or recommendations. It is staying in committee. That means that next Wednesday, or this coming Wednesday, the 14th, we have to then vote on it to send it to the mayor. And when we do that, in order for us to have the budget done and voted with and passed by the 28th, which is the last Wednesday of June, which is the only time that we will have to have a special meeting on the 19th. Because on the 14th, when we vote, it goes to the mayor. And then on the 19th, it has to be presented on the floor. And then on the 28th, we come back to vote again. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Fernandez Anderson. The chair recognizes Councilor Flaherty. Councilor Flaherty, you have the chair.
Thank you, Mr. President, and the previous speaker had touched on that. My point of rising was to say we have sort of a little bit of a scheduling conundrum based on what the chair had said. So asking colleagues to kind of keep their schedules as flexible as possible to work with the chair. And she had referenced, I thought she referenced the 19th. I'm looking at the next 3 Wednesdays,
21st.
the 14th, the 21st, and the 28th. So I just want to make sure that if we need to meet and the chair calls for a meeting, that we're all available the 14th, the 21st, and the 28th. Or we face, obviously, after the 28th, we would face a 112 budget. But so I just want to add that we're going to have to call for, I guess, a special session on the 21st. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I'm going to give everyone an opportunity to speak. The chair recognizes Councilor Louis-Jean, then I'm going to Councilor Baker after.
Thank you. I just wanted to state that if there's going to be a need for a special meeting, the one day that I actually can't make is June 21st. It's a very loved one's graduation out of state. Whether we're going to have a meeting in chambers or not, I won't be here. That's a Wednesday. I'm not saying that my colleagues can't do work, and I can either Zoom in or somehow be present, but I cannot physically be here on the 21st, which is a day where we already scheduled not to have a council meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Louis-Jean. I'm going to recognize Councilor Baker. Councilor Baker, you have the floor.
Similar situation. I won't be here. I'm going away for a couple weeks. I won't be here. I would have made the 28th next week. The 14th, I can be here for a little while, but I have a flight, international flight, that I'm going to need to be over to. I mean, I like you guys and everything, but I'm not missing this trip. And the other thing I would like to say, Councilor Flaherty, in your best, what you can, will you explain to the people that are watching what a 112 budget is, if you want to?
Thank you, Councilor Baker.
Yeah, we should let people know that are watching what a 112 is, because we're talking about we need to get If we don't do it, we're in a 112.
Thank you. I'm gonna recognize Council Mejia. Council Mejia, you have the floor.
Yes, sorry that I missed the showdown earlier, but I am incredibly just super mindful of all of the dynamics that are happening in this chamber. And I'm just really disappointed, and I just feel like there's just so many political things happening behind the scenes that I don't understand how we just keep ending up here, and I just want to name it that it's really uncomfortable for people who are following us to really believe and trust in government, because we can't even get through this process. And it seems like the mayor in so many ways is kind of like behind the scenes, you know, making a lot of moves in so many different spaces and places. And I'm not sure what the concerns are, but like, if this body wants to flex a little bit of power, so be it, right? We're here to do the people's work. Community activists have asked us to support a participatory budget process, and here we are. The moment that we have an opportunity to do just that, things just fall apart, and I just don't understand what the dynamics are, but I would like to just call it out, that it just doesn't make people feel comfortable in believing that democracy is really working.
Thank you, Council Mejia. I would just respond by saying two councilors asked for their vote to be, asked to reconsider what their vote would be, and under our rules, they are allowed to do that, and I granted them the opportunity to address us and change their vote from their previous vote to a new vote. But that is in the rules, and the meeting wasn't adjourned, and I gave my two colleagues an opportunity to revisit their vote. I would do that for anyone. I don't think there's anything political about it, other than they asked for a reconsideration on their vote, and I granted it. The chair recognizes Council Murphy. Council Murphy, you have the floor.
Thank you. Just to clarify, because this came up during the redistricting committee when we were feeling rushed, or some people were feeling rushed to get a vote done. We don't have to only hold a council meeting on Wednesdays, as long as it's 48 hours noticed. And I believe I am correct. Yes, Alex, yes?
Yes.
So to think that we only have next week, the 14th, the 21st, we could meet 48 hours from now. Like, so just to keep that in mind, that we don't have to only put ourselves into this Wednesday box. And I know that many people probably did, like Councilor Louis-Jean mentioned, made plans on that week that we knew we already weren't scheduling a council meeting. So just wanted to put that out there, that there's lots of other times we can meet after, as long as it's noticed properly. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Murphy. I'm going to go back to Councilor Fernandez-Anderson and then to Councilor Flaherty. Councilor Fernandez-Anderson, you have the floor.
I just wanted to, yes, all of that is correct. We can go into 112 if it doesn't get passed by the 28th. But obviously, that wouldn't be my recommendation. If we can, notice it and do it outside of a Wednesday and accommodate people's schedules, but Councilor Baker is not going to be here, and most certainly we'll miss him if he's not here. So I think that also I'm asking everyone if they can show up to working sessions, because one of the reasons why you come down to a democratic process like this, or the way that I presented, my approach was to not reject anyone, and to leave it to the mayor to figure out what her recommendations are. But I see that poses like conflicts that we've all stated. But if you don't show up, right, what I could have done is said, well, you haven't been showing up. You don't really understand the numbers here. You haven't really heard it here, or you haven't done it here. And I could have just rejected most of what councilors were suggesting to me. But I refused to do that. Instead, even if you didn't show up, I said, well, councilors have a right to their process. And I'm not God. I don't know why they didn't show up.
I don't know their reasons. So instead, I allowed it, and I kind of predicted this. I knew this would go like this. And here we are. It's no big deal. No hard feelings. No, I'm not upset. Again, it's not personal. It's not about me. We don't have to get upset. We can just work through it. And 112, if that's where, if it goes beyond, fine. If it goes before, fine. We just need to be able to work collaboratively and actually show up to the working sessions, because it's going to be a lot of work to be able to catch up within the next few weeks just to pass the budget. And if you guys don't show up again, even if it's virtual, you're not showing up, then we can't do the work. So please show up. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Fernandez-Anderson. Councilor Flaherty, did you want to speak?
Just what a 112 budget is, it's, we're level funded based on last year's budget numbers. And so, and why they call it 112, it's basically the first of every month, 12 months in a year. The first of every month, the department heads would have to come to the city council and ask for their budget, which is the level funded budget from the previous year. So not a good situation, particularly for those that have seen cost increase or what have you, but nonetheless, it also, I think, strengthens our hand. And I like to look at this as glass half full as we go into working sessions. Suggest through the chair that our colleagues take page out of our colleague, Councilor Roy's book, in terms of really being dedicated and really, what's the word? And he actually had used it in this comment, but really sort of strategic, I guess was the word, in terms of as we're looking to make some of these amendments to get a budget that, I mean, for argument's sake, this budget, if it had passed and went over there, no mayor in their right mind is going to cut the police department $42 million. We know that. We know that right now. We know that right now. So let's make those changes in the working session. Let's be realistic. Let's work together. Let's be fair. Let's pull it together. That's not District 3. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilor Flaherty. Any final comments for anyone? I just want to echo what Councilor Fernandez-Anderson mentioned about showing up for working sessions, but also showing up for hearings, meetings, anything about this body that's scheduled. People should be here. There's no excuse. People should be here. They should be here on time. They should stay for the entire meeting. I know my colleagues won't like me for saying that, but other than 100% attendance is unacceptable. People should be here for every single meeting, no exception. We're adjourning again. The chair recognizes Councilor Fernandez-Anderson.
Sorry, just in case we didn't communicate it well, the working sessions are not the Wednesdays. The working sessions is every day we can squeeze it in until then. It's not the Wednesdays. That's what Councilor Flaherty means by being flexible with your schedules, because we have to have a working session every day until we knock it out. And that's what's missing. That's what was missing. So not just Wednesday. Thank you.
Councilor Baker.
So these working sessions will be to work on amendments that will get us to where we need to be. So we're going to just do amendments in these working sessions.
The chair recognizes Councilor Fernandez-Anderson.
We are going to be working on what's on the floor. Yes, sort of. We're going to be working it out through a work session. Yeah. And filed so we can get that ARPA money. Okay.
All in favor of adjournment, please say aye. Aye. We're adjourned.
Nay.